Good morning. The February 18th meeting of the Public Service, Arts, and Youth Initiative Committee of the Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. I always start off with a scripture because that's who I am. 2 Corinthians this morning says, "My grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness." 12 and 9. Clay, please call the roll.
Councilman Ford and Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Okay. And Dr. Warren.
Present.
And Chair Cooper Sutton.
Present. Due to unforeseen circumstances right now, we're going to start with item number 2. Item number 2 is a presentation from Mr. Trey Carter, founder of the New Start Foundation, all council districts, requested by Councilman Smiley. A motion?
Move it. Second.
Good morning.
All of you should also have the presentation and take the form for you.
We do.
Again, I am Trey Carter, director of the New Start Foundation, and I will share my city council presentation, which will be Chairman Liv, who we are, and then what we're asking for.
Could you give me your address, name, and address?
Sure. New Start Foundation, Trey Carter, 2851 Lamb Place, Suite 11, Memphis, Tennessee, 38118.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So since 2019, we're a 501c3 charitable organization, and we're dedicated to empowering individuals in the Memphis community to achieve stability and independence through job skills training, as well as housing assistance. And within that, we've had 6 years of service, even through the pandemic. And again, we're focused on vocational skills training, industry recognized certifications, as well as housing, which we provide in logistics, distribution, transportation, and manufacturing industries. And we're right across from FedEx. If you want to we're right by the Memphis airport. And so what we've been doing over the past 6 years, we provided some youth who are justice involved with Shelby County Juvenile Court. We've been able to get some young individuals, 33 actually going through the program now, who are everything from 16 to 19-year-olds who are in school and some who are out of school, getting them some industry recognized certifications. We also provide them with mentoring, counseling. We also have on the back end internships for each and every last one who has interest in logistics and distribution. We have some companies that have opened their doors to allow them a second chance at an opportunity to explore that lane, being it logistics or distribution, or at least it's good enough to see it and see you don't like it so you can figure out something else. We also work with adults who are coming out of the incarceration with the Shelby County Division of Corrections and the Tennessee Department of Corrections, where we allow for them to do similar things, but they're adults, so we go straight into training, which then results into employment opportunities from second chance employers. And then lastly, we are working on the housing side, because a lot of times we see that those who are coming out of incarceration or those who are living in adverse poverty don't have stable housing. And so we are working to get them housing as well, directly and then indirectly with some other networks within the community. As you can see, I'm on the third slide, which will be the third page of your presentation sheet. You'll see some young men where it says who we serve. And so that's a group of young men as a part of the 33, as I mentioned, who that is their internship. They're now working at a very reputable employer, Wound Pros, which is a company that provides wound care support, bandages, skin grafts, and they ship them all over the world. And these young men are now learning how to not only manage inventory, shipping, receiving, but they also, if you see the gentleman sitting down, he's one of their job coaches. And so he's teaching them about professional development, teaching them about life skills, understanding what to do with your paycheck, understanding that paycheck has to go to a bank account. So we're also working with some banks to help them understand what it is to have a banking checking account. Wow. All right, and so they have this internship as long as they want it. It's over for a year's time. So again, some are in school, so after they get out at 2:15 or 3 o'clock, they can go to the location. Those who are 18 or out of school, they go there. They can go there first thing in the morning. And then we have some who have other employment opportunities. Some right now, one was to be with me today, but he has an electrician job. And it said some people's heat was cut off, so he's apprenticeship as well. So I said, no, don't worry about coming to city council meeting. Go out there and do another service to your community. Who he, of course, was incarcerated as well, detained by juvenile court, and now is out working as an apprentice in electrical work. Also, you see a picture on the next one, impact by the numbers. That's actually a graduation with us at the within the Shelby County Division of Corrections. So each one of these individuals you see in the picture, as well as several others, have 90 days or less on their sentence. So we know they're coming home. However, they don't yet have a job lined up. They don't have certain skills that would allow for them to have a stable job, at least making living wage or better once they get out. So we're working before they even released. We're in the prisons working with them so that when they get out, they're not trying to get a job, trying to get training. They have all that lined up for release. And we've helped over 150 incarcerated individuals in both Tennessee Department of Corrections as well as Shelby County Department of Corrections get those resources. And then lastly, those who are receiving SNAP and or Memphis Housing Authority Section 8 vouchers, we work with them to help them get ability to get training and jobs as well, so that ultimately can lead to them being able to support themselves when it comes to buying groceries, and when it comes to support themselves when it comes to housing. And so we work with all groups, and then lastly, we work with the general community. So there is no barrier too big that we say we can't really reach you. We even work with individuals who are just looking to switch industries. Sometimes an industry you pick is not working out, or you may have been let go. For unforeseen, we've had several closures of some warehouses, distribution centers, even train air conditioner facility when they were laying off 300 people due to the company shutting down. Those good folks still were hardworking people, worked there 20 plus years, but they need a new skill going to a new industry due to the fact that their company shutting down. So we work with that as well. And so we're just trying to tackle employment, professional development, as well as making our businesses more competitive, because Memphis is an industry cluster of logistics, distribution, and transportation. And you can do very well, sometimes even without a high school diploma. We want to make sure they understand that, and that they don't choose, especially on the youth side, or those coming out of incarceration, don't choose what you did to get incarcerated again to try to sustain yourself, whether it be drug use, drug sales, things of that nature. We want to make sure you see that there's an opportunity well beyond what you may have done to receive that sentence. And so we're there, and we're holistic. Like I said, we're open Monday through Saturday because we know some people work, but we had to do that to make sure that they have opportunity to come on the weekends. And so our ask is, and actually, if we go to the need for expansion, that is where we get to our ask. So that's a young lady who, that was her first paycheck in 3 years, that she was so happy that she came back to just say, let me show it to you. And so those types of stories, those things you really don't see. But again, I look at those things also from a business perspective. That's someone else, she's looking now to get herself a car, increase, add to the tax base and take care of herself and even others. And we've had several instances where those who've gotten on the right foot, who've gotten CDL licenses, et cetera, who actually come back with that out there making money and they donate back to say, hey, somebody else was just like me, and help them out if they need a couple dollars. So with that said, we're looking to expand our reach because there's so much more need in the greater Memphis area, and we have the capacity to do so. And so we're asking for $100,000 in funding to increase staff expansion, program scaling, community outreach, and resource development, which is shared on the slide, but also I gave a secondary narrative that goes a little bit more in detail of what we would do with the funding.
Trey, thank you. Is there any council member in the queue would like to have discussion about this item? You just want, just talk.
Absolutely. All right, so council members, I asked Mr. Carter to come to talk about his organization. One of the reasons I asked him to come, I think as we talk about, workforce development, putting people, getting people back to work in this budget cycle, talk about ways we can reduce crime. I think we give people a valuable opportunity to work and have the skill set necessary. We get people gainfully employed, and two, we do something that we've been talking about since I got elected to this body, find ways to reduce crime outside of just responding to crime. So, I'm gonna have a series of different folks come, because this budget season, I'm gonna take a different approach. I'm gonna have a series of proposals. I'm gonna tell you right now, hopefully I have your support. I'm pretty sure I will. One is gonna be, when we talk about workforce development, Mr. Carter's organization will be included. And another component is I'm gonna have one focused specifically on community associations. We spend a lot of time talking about the need to improve neighborhoods, and we talk about communities being left out. You know, we sit here, but the people who are best positioned to address our needs are the community associations. So you're gonna see a very robust funding request for community associations, but also you're gonna see funding requests for individuals who are doing the work to get people gainfully employed, provide the skills necessary to address the gaps in our community. So first of all, thank you for coming. Two, I look forward to supporting your request as well as the requests I have coming a little bit closer to the budget season about supporting community associations, giving them the needs, the resources necessary so they can scale up and continue to provide for their community. So thank you for coming.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Oh yeah, he well prepared. He well prepared. I encourage, you know, if you haven't been out to his facility, I encourage each of you to go take a look at what they're doing there. I think you're gonna walk away saying, wow, we need more organizations like this in our community, but the ones that we have ready with the capacity to serve our community, I think those are the organizations we need to be supporting. So I look forward to supporting you, look forward to supporting and having the support of my colleagues this budget season.
All right, thank you for the opportunity.
Absolutely.
Warren, Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking here at your numbers where we have 33 youth involved and 400 individuals receive job skills. Is that over the last year, or is that since inception?
So the 400 over since inception, but the 33 are currently from 2024 to current, as well as the 150 was all last year until current.
Are you connected with the GVIP program that we have here? Do you know what I'm talking about when I say GVIP, the Group Violence Intervention Plan? So one of the issues that we have with that plan is it's a way to try to stop kids from killing each other, young men from killing each other. And one of the key components of that is what you're doing. So if you're not involved in that, we need to figure out how we get you connected with them immediately so you become part of the social network. What happens is when we identify kids who are like high risk or young men at high risk, we go and offer them services. We need to be able to offer them your services. So it's not, I take it you take care of people that aren't just incarcerated. You
Correct.
take care of people that are in need of jobs and services, correct?
Correct, the general community.
General
at large.
community.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's a misconnect that somehow we haven't got you there. So, Madam Chair, we'll try to make sure that happens. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Councilwoman Walker. Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming, Mr. Carter. I appreciate your presentation. Thank you for and thank you, Chairman Smiley, for what you had to share. This is in my district. This is District 3. I have toured the facility. I've even been on a forklift up in the air.
Did you do what?
Oh, yeah, she drove. It's there. There's nothing.
Anyway, but I just want you all to know that it's a great program. They're doing great work, and I appreciate the fact that they are in District 3. Thank you, and I yield the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilwoman Walker. Councilman Ford.
Thank you, Chair. Your ask is for $100,000, right?
Correct.
What is your budget every year?
Well, for 2024, it was 147,000. You budget for our overall spend?
Yeah.
Yeah, 147.
147,000.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you planning on expanding the numbers? From
Yes.
You got 33 now, right?
33 youth.
Yeah.
But overall, there's total of more
How
than
many are youth that was incarcerated?
100% of those 33 were incarcerated.
All of them were incarcerated.
Yes, sir.
Okay. It gives me a flashback. When I was on the council 25 years ago, a little more, I introduced, God came to me, Ledbetter Meat Company. They were trying to give people a second chance. We kind of started all of that. And then not only that, they had good pay, everything else. So I appreciate you coming here and telling us about it. This is not much for what you do, and especially for the ones that come in that have been incarcerated and how you can help them. because like I said, 25 years ago, I gave it to Harrington to finish it. It kind of faded out a little bit, okay? But it was one of the best things ever that we had. And it was so many. Because like I said, they just didn't give them minimum wage. They were making anywhere, anybody know lead better figure. You know, it was a hard job because you're working in the coal. But they were paying up to $40, okay? And at least I think it was about 25, but up to 40. And hey, during that time, that's 25 years ago now. So just imagine what they're doing today. But I appreciate what you're doing. And like I said, hey, we make sure this is part of the budget coming in. We ready. We all good. I appreciate you. Okay.
Thank you, Councilman.
And if we can expand it to more, that would be beneficial, okay? Thank you.
Councilwoman White?
Good morning, everyone. I'm so glad that I was able to catch this and listen in as well. But even before any presentation, I am well familiar with the work that Mr. Carter has done, and continues to do. He really has a heart for people and making sure that people are equipped with what they need to be able to thrive in our community. And so I thank you for all of your hard work. I thank you for your vision, and I want my colleagues to know that I support everything that he does. He is doing the work. And when we start talking about public safety, you all know I'm the public safety chair. These are the types of initiatives that we have to pour our resources into. And like Councilman Ford said, expand these types of resources so that we can start being able to change people's lives. When people's lives change and people are healthy and thriving and doing well, they act well, and our community as well. So thank you, and I support you. I support this initiative, and I hope that we can, like Councilman Ford said, see it expand.
Thank you so much.
Councilwoman Logan, you're in the queue.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I, too, support Mr. Carter, and I support him more so for his leadership and his vision. And I appreciate how he goes hard for his organization. I know he was calling, look, I need you to get down here and take a look at the work that we're doing. And I just really appreciate you being relentless in advocating for people and providing this service that you are providing. It's an amazing feat, and I just thank you for your leadership and your example in our community and making sure that you continue the legacy of giving back. So thanks so much.
Did you ride a forklift?
I fully support you. Pardon
Did you ride a forklift? Did you
no,
drive? Okay.
No, not yet, not yet, not yet.
I want his facility to be standing upright.
Not yet.
Come on, come see me. The invitation is open to all.
Yeah, we gotta have to come and ride the forklift.
Thank you, each one of you all, and thank you for just putting in. As you, yes, I am. I'm learning from the best.
Yeah. I appreciate that.
I'm going to close out and say, Mr. Trey, it was a pleasure meeting you last year. I had the opportunity to actually meet you, and I have not been to your facility, but I've heard things and the awesome work that you're doing, especially with our youth here in the city of Memphis. And so I do look forward to come down and to get a view of what you're doing and your students that you're helping. Are there any girls involved in this? Do you?
Yes, on all fronts. So those who are incarcerated, those youth, as well as those who are in the general community as well.
Okay. So thank you again, and thank you for the presentation.
All right. Thank you all for having me.
Item number 1 is a presentation of the upcoming United Negro College Fund Convention. Is anyone here to talk? Oh, yes, he is. Yeah, you can just wherever you, yeah. Mr. Trey is going to turn loose his seat. He's so excited about sitting there.
It's all yours.
He's had the floor of the show. So name and address, please. Yes, just push it. Yeah, this is your first, just push it. And if it's green, you're good.
Tony Hawkins. I am no longer living here in the city of Memphis, but I'm a Memphis native, born and raised here in 38109. And I represent the Lemoyne College right here in Memphis, Tennessee. And so I want to thank you for having me today. Thank you for inviting me to talk about UNCF and the conference that we're bringing.
Well, thank you. So the floor is yours to
Okay.
talk a little bit about it, but I want you all to know that Mr. Tony and I just met, and he was having a little issues getting some little notarization.
Yeah.
And for the United Negro College Fund, I can remember when I was a very small girl, and there was a commercial that would come on, and it would say, "The mind is a terrible thing to waste." And that commercial had a lot of impact, especially when I was a small girl. And to say, well, my mind, because I didn't want to do anything but play. But the importance of the United Negro College Fund is very important, especially during this month is Black History. And they could have chose any city in these United States to hold their conference. But since Tony is a native, he decided to bring it here to Memphis, Tennessee, to hold this conference. And I'm going to yield the floor and let you talk a little bit about it.
Thank you, thank you. Where is Clay? Is Clay around here?
Where is Clay?
Where did he go? I had a video that I sent over. I don't know if he loaded it or had it prepared.
Where is Clay?
Do we have the video? It's okay. I can wing it. So again, my name is Tony Hawkins. I am the chair for the UNCF National Conference. This is our National Alumni and Pre-Alumni Conference. And so this conference is the only conference that we have that brings together both students and alumni at one time. I'd venture to say this is probably the largest HBCU conference in the nation. And this is our 78th alumni conference, 66th pre-alumni conference. And so, Councilwoman, you were right when you said that I was intentional about bringing the conference to Memphis. I look at the council, and I remember being a youth, and I was sitting back there, and I was just listening. And I've worked with several of you before, and y'all probably don't know me, but I've worked with several of you. Councilwoman Ford, you supported me as a youth before. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, you have supported me. Councilwoman, you supported me. Even Councilwoman J.B. Smiley, you supported me and probably never even met me before, but I've had to reach out to your offices at some point, and I've gotten positive feedback. One thing about Memphians is that we are raised in a environment that is very family-oriented, and we go out and we do amazing things, but we always come back home. And so for me to have this conference and decide on Memphis, it was about making sure that I highlight the positivity, the family-oriented strength that we have as a city, the togetherness, and working with people like yourself who work with youth and give back. That's what I wanted to showcase while we're here. And so our conference will be here in Memphis from February the 23rd through the 20th through the 23rd. It's Thursday of this week until Sunday. We'll be downtown at the Renaissance Convention Center. And I'll just tell you a little bit about what we're doing while we're here. We'll be bringing about 500, a little bit over 500 people to the city of Memphis. About 300 of those will be students from all around the country. They are represented by our 37 member institutions. They're all historically Black colleges and universities. The other 200 are alumni from those same institutions. Some of the things that we'll be doing while we're here in Memphis, FedEx is one of our sponsors, have been a sponsor of ours for a very long time. FedEx is hosting us, and we're doing a welcome party, and we will just kind of showcase the culture of Memphis. We have the Memphis Grizzlies who have partnered with us. They're doing a showcase with us. We have a great organization, Code Crew, if you've ever heard of them, amazing organization. They're doing a showcase of AI technology and talking about some of the dangers of AI and when you're submitting your resume, how AI affects that. And so they're giving some education to our students and our alumni. We also have just local entrepreneurs, and we're showcasing them. We have about 4 different food truck vendors who are coming in that are all going to be showcasing Memphis food. And so I was very intentional about what are we serving during this welcome event. So that's just, that's our video. Thank you. So that's just a little bit about, our welcome party. Some of the other things we'll be doing is a legacy gala on Friday. We'll be giving our highest award to Dr. Harrington on Friday. And so if you're in town, I invite all of you there. You don't need a ticket, just call me. I'll get you in. We're also doing our Miss National UNCF, where we'll crown our next queen, and that'll be on Saturday of this week. So those are just a few of the highlights of our conference. We also do workshops on different modern modern events that are going on in relation to students and alumni, and training our students on how to become responsible alumni and giving back to the community.
And thank you. Our apologies for not being able to have your presentation when you first started.
It's 100% okay. I just play it here and it'll come up. No.
You cannot be what you cannot see, and that goes beyond national titles. It extends to political positions, role models, doctors, etc. To combat this problem, you must be the change you want to see, and that is my life motto.
I am Janae Pratt, Miss National UNCF 2024 to 2025 from University. So let me just start off by saying I'm an international student from Nassau, Bahamas. I don't get financial aid. UNCF and Wiley University has given me the I'm so hard to work because it's also work. But it's like, it's just so different, the magnitude of this.
Our next Miss National United Negro College Fund of Wiley College, Janae Pratt.
It makes me want to cry just because I know I prayed to God for this. So it's like, wow, I'm there. Like, that determination, that faith of a mustard seed, all of it works out. All of it pays off. So I took a leap of faith, left my home with only $5K in my account, got my first 2 years paid off by UNCF. And it's like a full circle moment now, because it's like, y'all gave me the second chance and y'all are giving me $1 million more. So I'm so thankful. I'm so grateful to God. I'm so thankful.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the queue that have any questions? Councilwoman Walker.
Yes, thank you for coming. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you, Chairwoman Cooper Sutton, for having him to join us today. So I just want to speak to one point that you made briefly about Memphians coming back home. You're not the only one. There are others, and so there's some great things that we're having to look forward to in the upcoming months. And I think it's going to be really good for the city. And thank you again.
Thank you.
Tony, thank you, and I'm going to close it. I'm very excited for you. I'm very proud of you. I'm not a native Memphian, but I've been here for almost 30 years, and so I am a Memphian. And so for you to even think enough to come back to do this convention here, to bring it back, I think that speaks volumes and your love for your city. And we look forward to the United Negro College Conference Convention downtown. You will be safe. We'll make sure that you are safe and our guests are safe. And woo-woo to the HBCU, Black History. And
Absolutely.
Thank you for all that you've done.
Thank you. Before I leave, I just want to say thank you publicly and in front of everybody else. Thank you so much for the intentionality that you and your office have given to us. You have went over and above providing us with every resource that your office has. And I am very grateful for all the help that you've given us. And you know what I'm talking about. So thank you very, very much. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for the presentation. All righty. I think this is it. This does it. Does any council member have anything else they need to address? If not, we stand adjourned.
I'd like to call the Parks and Environmental Committee meeting to order. Could we please have a roll call? Audience, please, if you want to talk outside.
Councilman Spinoza.
Here.
Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Walker.
Present.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilwoman White.
Present.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Present.
And I see Councilman Smiley out there, and then we have Chair Warren.
Present. Thank you, council members. First item today is a presentation on the Overton Park Shell. That's District 5, Super District 9, requested by me. We have our director, Natalie, go right ahead, name and address for the record, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Natalie Wilson, 1928 Poplar Avenue. Thank you all for allowing me to come back and visit with you. Thank you for your leadership and for your partnership. The Overton Park Shell, as you all know, is a city-owned asset, owned by the citizens of Memphis, all of us, and we are a public-private partnership as a 501c3 charitable organization, as the Overton Park Shell, Inc. And so I'm just very honored to represent it, to serve it on behalf of all of you and our citizens, and ensure that it can continue to be a thriving space for everyone and a place that brings us all together. Now more than ever, we need that, a place that can bring us together through the power of the performing arts. Interestingly enough, in 1936, it opened its doors during the Great Depression, and we are actually turning 90 years old in 2026. And it's an exciting time to be able to celebrate the history of music, Memphis music, through this historic space, but even more how it's evolved to ensure that all access to the arts in every district and every person has access to the Overton Park Shell through Shell on Wheels and our ability to go outside of our doors and bring access to music. But I'm here today to tell you that as a steward on behalf of a mission of building community through music, also my mandate is to ensure the preservation of this space that we own, that it can't just be sit there and we activate it, but that I'm responsible to ensure that it is cared for and that we have the plan to ensure that it'll have another 90 years and stand and will not be endangered for being bulldozed as it has been 3 different times in our history. And I'll tell you that over the past 5 years, well, actually the past 17 years, we've done 3 phases of major renovation to it. But I would say that this phase is the most critical, and it's the one that was most needed all through the 16 years that I've been a nonprofit organization and worked to on behalf of the city, because this is this phase that will ensure that the plumbing, the infrastructure, the electrical, all the things that make this a viable space, that it will be ready for another century of use.
Can you talk about what the difficulties are
Yes.
with the plumbing,
Yes.
et cetera, that you're seeing now so the council members can know that?
So this shows you an aerial of the space right now. The next slide shares with you a series of renovation that will not only upgrade it for the future, but ensure that we rip out all the plumbing that is the 1922 terracotta plumbing that is the same plumbing that is broken all under the stage, under where it feeds to Rust Hall, which is going to be the new metal museum that feeds all through Overton Park Conservancy and the park, through Rainbow Lake, the entire park. The lowest point in Overton Park is the Overton Park Shell. So all these plumbing lines are feeding here and are broken throughout the park. So this plan not only upgrades the facilities to ensure that we're set to code, that we're ADA compliant, but also ensures that all this plumbing is fixed for not only the shell, but the plumbing lines feeding the park. So it's a huge plan. It's an important plan for the use of the park, not just it's the 342 acres of our park, but the shell is feeding as what I call the heartbeat of the park, that we have this fixed and that we ensure that this will not be endangered again if we do not repair. We are now having problems with activating the shell. We have to close our restrooms because raw sewage comes out of the toilets because we can't use the space. So we are in a dangerous situation to ensure that we can get this fixed. I've got a plan, thanks to A2H, that we will upgrade. We will create a new artist lounge, which I've shown you will be directly behind the shell. And we will take down all the existing restrooms and repair them, the plumbing lines, and expand the restrooms so that we can meet the needs of 3,000 Memphians who come to our shell at a minimum every night during our concert series. So this is a very exciting plan. It is a little over a $5 million infrastructure upgrade and repair. And we are working diligently with private dollars and philanthropy, as well as we're requesting that the city support us as well. And we also are working on other avenues of grants and some state grants and things from preservation, because we are historically on the historic registry.
Thank you for that.
Yes.
I think one of the things, colleagues, that we need, one of the things that we need to think about as we're looking here is this is our central park, and it's also where we have all this music and bring people together and keep the shell together. But even more importantly, we've got a major, systems issue with the plumbing throughout the park. So this is going to affect the brooks. It's going to affect, it's going to affect the shell and also affect our new metals museum as we work. So we're going to need to think about this in our CIP budget. But even more importantly, how much money have you raised so far, Natalie?
1.6 million so far.
So she's raised 1.6 million, and you're looking to the city for hopefully $1 million in our CIP?
Yes.
And also to the state?
For $3 million.
Okay, and hopefully we'll be seeing that from the state, but if not, we still have this $5 million we've got to go to keep the park functioning. Have y'all been to the Shell for concerts? If you've never been, I recommend you go. It's a great family event. Okay, first I think we have Logan in the queue.
Well, I think you answered. I just wanted to clarify that you said this ask is going to help fix the plumbing for the entire Overton Park area.
It's interestingly enough, the plumbing underneath where the shell, it's the lowest point in Overton Park, so everything floods into the shell, and all those lines are broken that feed out into the park itself. So it's a really interesting problem, and it also is a solution that we have that will fix some of this infrastructure that's feeding all of the park.
Are any of those other buildings that connects with this plumbing being affected as well by this plumbing issue?
Yes, if you've ever been to Rainbow Lake, there's a restroom right there by the dog park in the park. That restroom also has terrible problems because of the plumbing breakage under there.
And that's the main one for the kids playing, and seldom is it open. So, and the issue's got to do more with the infrastructure underneath it than someone damaging the toilet.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate
Thank you.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chair. So I heard you say 22 years?
90 years.
90 years?
Yes, we turned 90 in 2026.
Okay, 90 years.
Yeah.
Now, your sewage problem, I heard that you said that you're going to have different type of grants. Is there a certain amount that you're asking for the city?
We're asking for $1 million in CIP budget.
$1 million?
Yes.
And your other recipients that are going to be donors or donators, is
Yes.
this private?
So we are requesting $3 million from the state of Tennessee, $1 million from the city of Memphis, and the rest is private philanthropy. So we have 1.6 million right now that we've raised.
So do you have a budget of showing on everything? I know you've come here, you've done an amazing job, the presentation, thank you, of everything that actually has to be done. So this is all plumbing?
Yes.
This is all infrastructure
It's
with plumbing?
plumbing, infrastructure, and upgrades too, because we have to take the restrooms down because
Well,
of,
yeah. So you're saying actual sewage is coming?
Through yes, it's old. The restrooms at the show were built in 1955. And we've got to take them down. We can't repair them anymore.
So once you get this, and hopefully you get the funding that you ask, my ask is make sure there's a maintenance plan.
Oh, yes. Well, part of what we are putting in that $5 million is an endowment. We have an endowment for the shell. And I'm putting $500,000 in the endowment that will go for continuing maintenance and proactive maintenance, not reactive maintenance, which we haven't had to do that. So it's a plan of longevity of care of the shell, to your point.
Okay, well, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hope you get everything you need to make sure this is sanitation-wise
Thank you.
and for cleanliness.
Yes.
Thank you.
Great minds on the same channel with that maintenance program. Thank you, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Next, we have Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we've spoken enough about the sewage, and I just want to mention that I do love going to the Shell for concerts, and actually for the Barcades anniversary show, I did present a proclamation. Thank you for your presentation, and thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Councilwoman White.
Thank you. So with the Shell, I guess my question is, so when we talk about like, I guess the mission or purpose, what is the overall mission?
To build community through the performing arts, to bring people together, unify in a space that's non-political, that just unifies and brings us together. Arts access, that's why we created Shell on Wheels too, where we can take our mission into communities. It is to build community ultimately, but we use the through catalyst of music and the performing arts.
And this is me just trying to understand kind of the structure, because I've not really, the Overton Shell is not one that I've really looked into. Well, I know I've been. No. I've gone to several things there. But what I was saying is, in terms of how they're structured with us, like, is this one of those where it's like a management agreement?
It's a public-private thing in that they have a private 501(c) foundation, but they're also, we as the city own the Shell and all the infrastructure.
Okay.
So as they build that up and as we put that in, we're adding to the city's infrastructure and our assets. So this is another city asset that we're seeking to improve. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's what I wanted to understand.
Yes, it is.
And in terms of the profitability of shows and things that come, is this something that's offered at a reduced rate, or is this something that's supposed to be revenue generating?
We are free. We have 5 programs, and 96% of our programs are free. All of our concerts are free. We have 3 fundraising concerts a year that are ticketed, but the rest of them are free. So everything we really do is around access.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I think finally, Councilwoman Cooper Sutter had one more question.
I do. I just have one more comment. Thank you. I have created an ad hoc to look at all the management agreements that the city property owns. And thank you for letting me know that we will have a future meeting in regards to that, of the maintenance and the infrastructure and the poor upkeep that the city has allowed to happen to so many of our city-owned buildings that we are responsible for. So I wanted to share that. You are in our looking at it, trying to see what we can do better and how this city can maintain our city buildings and make them safe.
Thank you.
Safe for our constituents.
Right.
And sorry that you have to experience that over the years. And our previous council have never ever looked at it in that perspective. But thank you. We're dealing with the FedEx. We're dealing with so many different buildings that are owned by the city and the county. So thank you so much for your hard work.
Thank you. And
you are on our committee.
Well, I'll tell you, that's why I so believe in private philanthropy too, that we're a partnership. And so I do have a heavy lift to ensure that a sustainability plan outside of just the pressure on the city. But this is kind of a crisis situation where me coming and requesting.
Well, everything that comes before us is always a crisis. So don't feel bad.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well said.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Item number 2 is an update on Mud Island. This was requested by Super District 7 and Super District 8. Thank you again, Natalie. Thank you, Councilman Espinosa. And this was requested by Swearington, Washington. Vice Chair, you're up.
Thank you. I wanted to see how we can get an update of what's going on with Mud Island. We had some projected concerts and activities that we were looking forward to, and we just wanted to see what is the status. And I also wanted to hear before administration, if we could hear from Mr. Price, hear him tell us what's going on with the Downtown Neighborhood Association. If you could come up, please.
Thank you. Who would you like to have first, Madam Vice Chair?
Mr. Price.
Very good.
Good morning.
Mr. Price, name and address for the record.
Yeah, Jared Price, 648 Poplar Avenue.
Floor is yours.
Thank you. We've had some great progress and conversations over the last couple months since we were here presenting our ask to host a concert series out there. We got to meet with Chief Adams. We got to actually extended an invite from Memphis River Parks. The new interim CEO, Art Davis, extended an invite to come and talk about our plan and kind of iron out some questions that he might have around how we set that particular event up. And then we actually got to meet with Mayor Young as well. And it's really ironing out to be something that's going to be great for the community. We have a ton of support from the community. We appreciate the council members that signed a letter and sent it in support of the event as well. And so we laid out our logistics. We laid out a really detailed plan about how this particular event would look in an amphitheater that is 40-something years old. Safety, of course, being the top priority. We had it analyzed by an engineer. They found the structure is structurally sound overall. There's some trip hazards that we'll have to kind of overcome. But other than that, it's, no different from when we would be temporarily activating the Crosstown Concourse or the Tennessee Brewery when those activations came about and led to a revitalization of those particular spaces. So we're just looking forward to, we threw out some dates as well to go ahead. Just like a wedding, you throw the date out, then you work through the details, So we're trying to push for that April activation, getting the amphitheater up and going and bringing back the music.
Thank you. We have a question from Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Let the record show she is present, as is Councilwoman Green. Councilwoman Easter Thomas, you have the floor.
I'm not.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Good morning. Question. So I did see a post on social media that this was coming pretty soon. April? Is it?
I think he's talking about an October concert.
April activation is what we would like to see.
What does activation mean?
The event itself.
Okay, very good. So
so that was exciting to see. I forgot which page I saw it on. And I just wondered, so I'm glad you're here so I can ask you, how many Black or minority artists is going to be in the lineup? Because I'm excited to see the artists that are going to be there. Can you tell us the artists that'll be performing?
We can't tell you the artists yet because we haven't made it to that point of programming. So right now we're trying to figure out the logistics. The biggest part of it was safety, to make sure that everybody could access it equitably. Artists, we want it to be an array. We want it to showcase Memphis culture. I mean, it's going to be completely local artists, so that's a great thing. It's not going to be any national acts, anything like that. So we want to make sure that local music of all diversities are on that stage for this to happen.
Okay. But you don't have like a percentage wise of how many you expect or your recruitment efforts?
Our committee, once we actually get, because to our understanding, Memphis River Parks has the managing contract of the venue, and we met with them and they said they'll have to get with the mayor to get back to us on all the details as far as moving it to an official, I guess, green light. But no, we don't have a percentage of anything. What we want to do is make sure that everybody of all races, all communities, everybody has access to that stage. Just like the Shell. I mean, the Shell that was just up here, and I'm glad they presented as well. We want it to be something that showcases the best of Memphis, and we have a lot of genres and a lot of great artists that we know are going to be great on that stage.
Okay. Well, thank you, Chair, for bringing it. I look forward to seeing it, especially happy that it's going to be all local. I just hope that it's a lot of Black locals included in it. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. Chief, you wanted to comment?
So, Antonio Adams, Chief Operating Officer, City of Memphis. I'm going to turn it over to my Deputy Chief, Julius Muse, to respond.
Good morning. Julius Muse, Deputy Chief of Operations, City of Memphis. Just as to the amphitheater itself, I want to make certain that we make this clear. This event, as of right now, have not been approved by the mayor. We do have some concerns regarding the structural integrity of the amphitheater itself. Accessibility is a part of the study that we are looking into. Though we do truly believe this would be a great opportunity for the city and to bring back, activity on Mud Island. But at this point, we do not have the green light to move forward with this event because we're doing studies of accessibility and the safety of the amphitheater.
Do you have the access to the engineering study that Mr. Price mentioned?
No, I do. We have not reviewed his study. This is.
Are we doing a separate study?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So if I could kind of add a little more point of clarity, notwithstanding any event, one of the things that we have to warrant is the safety and the accessibility because, again, the property is ours. And so with respect to that, we want to make sure that we conduct ours. There have been a lot of studies with respect to the amphitheater chair, and those studies have been of different findings. Some that they're not structurally sound, and of course, Mr. Price has said that it is structurally sound. The one thing that we do know is that that location is not accessible. And so with respect to that, what we have to do is look at the event as it's planned, and then, of course, identify what the accessibility will be.
Talking about handicap accessibility?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So we can't drive over the bridge and park in the parking lot and take the wheelchair in? It won't go?
You have to go to the restroom.
Well,
you have to be able to have vertical dispersion as well as horizontal dispersion with regard to the entire event.
I guess
so,
when it was built, okay, so do we have to have it automatically updated since it's been closed? Is that the issue, that we have to ADA it before we can open it?
Yes, sir. And that was one of the locations that was cited in a prior review by the Department of Justice. We've not had events there since. And so what we want to do is look at the event itself and ensure that the event itself will be accessible. Maybe not necessarily the amphitheater, but the event. But let me, go ahead.
So I just want to make sure I understand what you mean, but accessible mean ADA.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you keep saying accessible, like I literally just walked over the other day. So accessible, you just talk about ADA.
The ADA thing, and so I guess.
And so when if I can help, when we speak with regard to accessibility, let's speak of it in global terms. Let's not identify anyone outside of, but we want to make sure that it's accessible for all. But specifically the ADA or those with disabilities.
Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. My question is around process and protocol, and I'm not understanding where we are right now. It's a city-owned property.
Yes, ma'am.
Either this property is accessible or is not accessible. It's open for business. It's not open for business. We're studying it. We're not studying it because we don't want to be liable in case something happens. So is there a plan? Are we in the middle of studying the access to this property? And if so, the property shouldn't be open for business, period, because we don't want to be liable. But there should be an active plan, some deliverables, a timeline, and a process by which it will either be open or closed and when. All of this going back and forth and with, getting the community involved, thinking that they can go over there if it's not open and if it's not safe and if it's not in our best interest as a city to have people over there. Say God forbid, you have to hurry up and leave out. Are we going to be okay with that? Going back over. So whatever state we're in, it's simple. It should be. It seems like it would be simple. Either it's open or it's closed. So that's where I am because it seems like we're going round and round with this Mud Island thing and don't really know where we are. And I would like to know today, what is the status of the property in terms of being able to use it or not? And if you're studying it and you don't know, then that's a no. It's a no-brainer. Or maybe there's something I am missing, and if that's the case, that's what I want to know.
All right, so let's look at this globally. what we talked about the last time we talked is to bring you all back a comprehensive plan of the riverfront. And so within that, that's what we're doing. There are a lot of studies and plans of different individual parts of the riverfront, Mud Island being one. What I am doing, as opposed to putting together individual plans and or studies with respect to that, is to come back with a comprehensive plan. Now, Mud Island, we have different iterations as to what that should be, but what I want to do is bring all those back, have them approved by the mayor, and then bring those to you and have that adopted. Now, let's move to the amphitheater. The amphitheater itself, I'm not going to say it's not accessible. I need to determine whether it's accessible. I will say there are some challenges with regard to having an event inside the amphitheater, because you have to provide accessible parking, a route to the event, and if you have it inside the amphitheater, you have to have accessibility vertically and horizontally, and you have to have accessibility to the restrooms. And the restrooms have to be accessible. Those are the things that we don't truly know yet. On top of that, you still have a integrity issue. We should be able to bring this back to you all within a month so that you'll have intelligent information to adopt and move forward. Now, with respect to the event itself, there is an opportunity for an event to be hosted near that amphitheater, but not necessarily in the amphitheater. And so that's what I was mentioning with regard to the accessibility of the event. So you have the structure itself, but then you also have an event opportunity. One of the things that we've been clear on, meaning the administration, is the concept, great. Location, we don't know about. And so let's talk about how we can host something similar to it that would achieve the goal, but also not put us in peril with respect to our liability.
And that's the point.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's not open. You don't know. You're not sure if it's. I don't understand this ambiguity in whether or not this amphitheater is available for you. So when they have their event, and then someone else wants to come and have an event, are we saying that we're open for people to use this amphitheater, or is it case by case, or is it, or you don't know yet because you haven't done the study and you're not 100% certain and you don't have an approval that all systems are in place and in order, you're compliant in all areas?
It's the latter. What you just described.
Okay, so so as the leader, as the administration, that's your responsibility, because no one else can say, yes, you can go do this, if you all are saying we're not compliant as it relates to ADA. So what is the conversation?
So I will be quite frank. The administration on behalf of the city did not publish that communication, nor did we advertise those dates. Those were in anticipation of a positive answer. Mr. Price has done a lot of work in the background. Moving forward, he has a great love and passion for music on the river, but we have not approved nor endorsed that communication.
Okay, that's what I need.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
But so as a council member, and we're having to vote on this, I'm not comfortable with administration saying we're not compliant, or not vote or decide or hear. We're having conversation. Eventually, we will have to figure it out. But I'm not comfortable at this point having the discussion of planning something at this event and knowing that we're not ADA compliant in the location that they want to have it in. And so I'm trying to figure out what we're doing.
I think this is an information gathering at this point. I guess my question is, with MMRP having been down to the area, I know that a number of the restrooms are completely in disrepair and not functioning. Okay, so, and those would be the ADA access restrooms as you first come into the property from the parking lot. Those aren't working. So if they're not working, you know, I don't know how we're going to have an ADA event, you know, with that not occurring. Chief, what are our plans for having those or are you responsible for that, or is MMRP?
MRP.
MPP.
Well,
Yeah.
the River Park.
Yeah.
That group. So,
Are they here today?
They are responsible on our behalf. Again,
They're not
they
here,
are,
though.
They are a managed partner. They're not here. Mr. Davis could not be here today. And so with respect to that, I know he's asked for the conversation to be delayed another couple of weeks so that he could be present as well. But again.
We'll bring it back next time.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. It's a good
All right,
idea.
Councilman Smiley.
All right. So first, I want to hear from Mr. Price, and then I'm gonna tell you my thoughts, Mr. Price.
So, again, we've had great conversations with Chief Adams and the mayor and MRPP. And right now it seems like the hesitation is accessibility with ADA. And if it's safe on egress and digress in and out of the venue. In 2018, the last concert was held out there. Nothing has changed. Nothing. We had thousands of people out there in 2018. Nothing about the venue has changed. So if we could have concerts then, surely we can have concerts now. Because nothing as far as pathways, exits, entrance, none of that's changed. The monorail wasn't working then. The Sky Bridge was still there. It's still there now. But what we did is, and we appreciate that, we also look forward to this overall riverfront plan that the city and the administration is doing, because we're excited about seeing that activated again. What we laid out was a comprehensive plan to activate the structure and the space temporarily. We laid out an ADA access to where people can pull straight up to the back of the stage, be dropped off if they are ADA, and they're all on one level, no elevation change, and there's restrooms that are going to be temporarily set up with porta potties with ADA accessibility, porta potties. All of this was reviewed also by an ADA attorney who said this is all compliant because it's all on the same level. There's no increase of elevations. There's no steps. There's no ramps. That bathrooms are all accessible as well. We've gone through a lot of work making sure that everybody, music, even from the music, like Councilwoman Easter Thomas said, music, ADA, everyone has an equitable access and experience out there. And our plan that we presented to Memphis River Parks, they have a questionnaire.
What day were you planning on doing this?
Huh?
What day is this?
We've presented the plan already to Memphis.
What was the date?
April 18th, 19th, and 20th.
Oh, good.
I have to
Go
speak.
ahead.
So here's my concern with government overall. When I was elected to this body, a council member told me the wheels of government turn slow. Here's my issue. We've been talking about activating the amphitheater for a very long time, but yet the administration hasn't moved on anything. Council members have expressed the support of this initiative, but nothing has been done. Nothing. We've been talking about it for a very long time. This is an intent of council. Council wants to support this, but we just haven't done anything. And it seems like it's almost intentional. That's my issue. Like, what we want and what we've been consistently saying is get the ball rolling, but there's no ball rolling. It's like someone is turning a deaf ear to this body. And that's my main concern.
May not be administration.
I can't speak, and it may not be the administration. I'm gonna say the administration because, I'm just gonna say the administration. If it's the issue with getting the bathrooms up to date, let's get them up to date. If it's an issue with, folks just don't want to partner with certain organizations, then we need to move people out of the way. But we need to activate this space. And if there is a plan for, the amphitheater and Mud Island, let's go forward with it. Let's don't talk about it in theory about as it, something a long ways away. Let's activate this space. Quit kicking the can. The reason that the city of Memphis is in the place that it is now, there's been administrations, there's been MRPP leaders, MRPP boards, there's been a very stagnant council. We keep kicking the can. We have to stop kicking the can at some point, because the next council that comes in after this council will be having the same conversation. The next folks who come in after the same amphitheater, the same downtown neighborhood associations, we're gonna have the same conversation. We keep kicking the can. At some point, this community, this government has to stop kicking the can. We're wasting time.
Thank you. Councilwoman Logan, you have one more question, and we are late.
I
so-
did hear, thank you, Chair. I did hear you say that you all are putting together a comprehensive plan. And I totally agree with that there should be a comprehensive plan for the riverfront from MLK all the way over. However, and that's something a committee or somebody should be actively working on. However, there are spaces that are already activated, and I think I hear them saying we're already activating this space. So there may need to be, okay, here's a long-term plan, we're working on that, but short-term plan, these spaces that are already activated, what needs to happen to make them accessible? However, in addition to that, I don't know if there's like music commission or someone who is responsible for the programming as well that needs to be a part of this plan or how do you access it? Because once you open this door and allow this to happen, other people are gonna wanna do it. So we need to fast track the, whatever the study is on this particular property and the plan for it inside of the long-term plan, because this property is already activated. But a holistic approach should be taken for this property in terms of precedent. So, and what is that gonna look like for us? And so I would like to see you all come back with that short-term inside of the long-term and that timeline and cost and, what entities would be responsible for. Because right now, between the MMRP and all this other conversation we've been having for 2 years, that has to be resolved. And, we need to know as a council that it is being resolved. They are coming together because you all are responsible we're responsible for the property. No one outside of us can be liable. The community is not liable for how we move with this property in terms of safety and compliance. So that's what I would like to see, a plan short-term for the spaces that are already activated and how we're going to move forward with that.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chief, we're running late, so we're going to go back and bring this back next meeting. Maybe you can have MMRP here. Thank you, Mr. Price.
I think it's very important for us to know that we've had positive conversations, but there's not been a definitive answer from the mayor. So with regard to the publication of dates and things of that nature, I think that should...
Well, hold on. This is a tentative date.
Right.
I think that all publications should say that, but at this point, I think we've talked about this. We'll bring it back next week, and we're now, it looks to me, 8, 9, 10, we're 40 minutes late. So this committee is adjourned.
Thank you.
Chair, is that everybody? Sorry, Chair Walker.
Thank you. Item number 1 is a resolution to transfer $299,219 from the Capital Project Report, MGR, CIP Project, LI 01030, planning line to the construction line of the new Fraser Library and appropriate funds for use in that line for the Library Service Division, District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. Who from the administration will be speaking on this item?
I think that's me. Somebody else takes the microphone.
Oh, excuse me. May I have a motion? Second? Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you so much. We've really been looking forward to this time for so long. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll just move it closer to you. There we go. Thank you. Keenan McCloy here. I'm here on behalf of the Fraser Library today, and we have a phenomenal facility that's been developed and it's almost ready to open. So it's a long time in the making, and so many people ask us every single day. And if we can get approval from the City Council today, we'd like to spend $299,219, and that will be the amount of money that's required to complete the project.
Okay. Colleagues, are there any questions or comments? Okay, well, if there are no comments or questions, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it.
Thank you.
Councilman Ford Sr. Councilwoman Walker. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Warren. Chair Green.
Present. Chair observes a quorum. We have 3 items on the agenda today. The first item is a resolution to transfer allocated funds in the amount of $1,219,143 from completed IT CIP project IS 01082 to IT projects IT 01003 operational infrastructure enhancement, IT 01004 implementation modernizations, and IT 01005 Treasury Tax System FY23. all council districts, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion?
Second.
Thank you. Moved by Espinosa, seconded by Councilman Warren. Who from the administration is here to speak on this item?
Good morning. My name is Augustine Boateng, Deputy Chief IT, and I'll be speaking on behalf of the administration. So the ISO 1082 was approved in FY 2019 for a treasury project, but that project has been closed. It was approved for, we used $2.6 million out of the approved money, and now we have $1.2 million remaining. We have other projects that are remaining for our current ongoing IT projects that we need funds to complete. So we want to move those money, the remaining money from ISO 1082 to the current projects that we have.
I don't see any council members in the queue, but I'm going to go ahead and ask a question. Can you outline what each one of the movements are and the amount of each?
Right. So for the first one, we're moving $399,143 to the IT 01003, which is our operations infrastructure project. That is the money that we use to upgrade our network devices, Wi-Fi, improve Wi-Fi access for the city. So that is going to that. We need extra funds to complete that. The second one is we're moving $500,000 to our IT 01004 project. We have to upgrade the recruiting system for the city to help HR. So we need that money to complete that project. And then the third one is the current treasury projects. We need extra funds to complete it. In FY23, we came to request $2.5 million, but we need extra funds to complete that project. So that is the remaining $320,000 is going to that project.
Councilwoman Logan, you're recognized.
Yes, I just wanted to put a note right here because, it might not be directly related to this, but in upgrading and changing these systems, I would hope that there is a comprehensive approach with all of the divisions and departments speaking to it before we actually do it, because that I have seen or been a part of or experienced the changes in IT to make it better for IT, but then it affected, say, code or the other areas, and it made it hard for citizens to access and to integrate, interact with it. So I just wanted to put a note here that before anything is actually done, that that does happen. There is a collaboration of everyone on these upgrades and changes.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for coming before the council and addressing that there is an issue. And I concur with what Councilwoman Logan has said. Before we do all of this, and to making sure that we are 21st century ready in the programming that we're going to upgrade these systems with, that the company and everybody that we're going to contract with are able to sufficiently and adequately provide what's needed for the administration.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not sure, I've only been here a year, so Councilwoman Logan knows a little bit more and she's seen a little bit more. But we want to make sure that these dollars and the upgrade is sufficient enough to do what needs to be done. We can't continue, and I'm not fussing, and I don't want to, I've been told, and I'm going to put this on the record, that I'm demeaning, but I'm very direct and very confident about what I say, and what I say is what I mean. But I want to make sure that our taxpayers' dollars and how we use these monies under this administration is done correctly, and that we are providing adequate and sufficient service to our administration, to our IT department. So before we move forward, I would like to put a pin in it. I want to concur with what Councilwoman Logan says before we move forward, and to see what it looks like, who we are going to do business with, to make sure that they are well-equipped, they are adequately able to provide what is needed for this administration to get us into the 21st century and to make sure for future Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I don't know if you want to address any of the people or vendors that you're working with now that, these funds would go to. I'm certain that it's gone through the regular RFP process and been vetted through procurement and purchasing that way. But if you want to speak to that, and to Councilwoman Logan and Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, this isn't going down with same night minutes, so I would say that we do have 2 more weeks for you to get with IT and to have those conversations, between the full vote. But if you want to say anything today.
Yeah, so these are the dollars that we're moving to the projects that I mentioned for the upgrade. These are current projects that is already going on, right? So what we do is we try not to be too behind on technology. So try to keep up and also ensure that our city staff are able to use this technology as fast as it's growing. So this is not a new project, it's an ongoing project that we want to enhance. That is why we come in to ask for the funds for it.
Yes, Councilwoman Logan.
And I definitely will get with you all, because I'm talking specific, and it is an ongoing thing. When you all went to the new software, it affected the people in the field from reading certain things.
The 311?
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking
Right.
about. That's where the people are, and that's what I use. I used to use it, then all of a sudden I couldn't, and I had no idea why. The tracker wasn't working. That 311 eye tracker wasn't working. So then I just kind of through research found out that one left hand wasn't talking to the right. So that's all I'm saying. That specific point that affect the people-facing programs or software, to make sure that everyone that actually deals with that, especially those that are in the trucks in the field, because it slows down the work, and they have to do double work, and it halted it. I'm sorry to say, and that probably wasn't on you, and we still haven't, come back from that. I know you're working on it, and I know, you all noticed that and got on top of it, and I appreciate it, but I did want to say that in light of whatever this project was, it didn't say necessarily. So I appreciate you for bringing it down and for being open, and I can get with you later on this one that we currently are using, if that's going to improve with this.
I can set up a time, then we'll, okay.
Yeah, because when there's problems with 311, we hear it. This group definitely hears it. Okay, I don't see any other council persons in the queue. So all those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, this will go down in 2 weeks with a favorable recommendation. Item number 2 is a joint resolution finding of conditions necessary for community redevelopment in the Cleveland Street corridor area and adoption of the community redevelopment plan for the Cleveland Street corridor area, Districts 5, 6, and 7, Super District 8, sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas. Can I get a motion? Moved by Ford, second by Warren. Councilwoman Easter Thomas, would you like to speak on this item before we begin?
Sure, Chair. Thank you. Colleagues, I'm super excited. Always excited when we have an opportunity for economic growth and redevelopment. And this is multiple districts, so Ford and I share this area. And I think it goes to 5 too. Right? All in a row. Look at that. So it's so the presentation being brought today by UC, a very diverse and a foundational team of what's possible for the Cleveland Street corridor. I know some folks have been referring to it as crosstown, but it goes even further than that, just to be able to offer more opportunities as we talk about how can the streetscape look better. And I don't want to get into y'all presentation, but I know that following for the past year, this team has been going through a slew of community meetups and engaging opportunities to get folks involved and comprehending the project. And it's really reflective of the needs of the growing neighborhood of the area. So as you all listen to the presentation, being able to just understand and seeing why I'm excited and why the other council members by me are excited as well. I think that just on paper, not just I think, but seeing on paper, this has a high potential to be a very profitable TIF, not just in the monies to be collected, but the monies to be redistributed for the needs of the community. So I'm excited to hear the presentation so that I can go ahead and vote yes when it's done. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. I know that if that group down there is supportive, then the community has been heard. So that's exciting because they'll tell us first thing if they haven't been heard, if there hasn't been meetings. If you could each introduce yourself and then you can proceed with your presentation.
There we go. Moniece Hagler, I'm General Counsel for Community Redevelopment Agency.
Good morning, Council. Jordan McKenzie, Director of Community Building and Economic Opportunity at the CRA.
Good morning. Justin Gillis, President of Crosstown Memphis CDC.
Charles Monger, Chief Operating Officer for Mississippi Boulevard Christian Church.
And I will start. We are here today so that the City Council can approve the findings of conditions for approving a TIF. What we have gone through at this point is several steps to get to where we are today. The Community Redevelopment Agency has received an application from a community group wanting to establish a tax increment financing district for the Cleveland Street corridor. The board of the CRA has approved the application. There has been a review committee set up by the chairman of the CRA, as well as the city council attorney, the county attorney, the city finance director, and the county finance director. So all of those individuals have actually reviewed this proposal. It has gone before the CRA Finance Committee. The board has approved it, and there has been a consultant that has been hired to actually establish whether there are in fact findings of blight and the need for affordable housing for this TIF. So we are here today, and I will turn it over now to the community groups to talk about the actual community involvement as well as moving forward.
I just wasn't sure. Are we going to have our slide deck up on the screens? I've got it here.
Technology is great when it's working. Give us just a sec to pull that up. If there's anyone else that wants to make comments while we're doing that, because I know we are already behind schedule.
Go to the next slide, please. Good morning, Council. I'm Andre Dean, 70 North Bellevue. I'm here on behalf of Mississippi Boulevard Christian Church. I serve as moderator emeritus. There'll be a little joke about that later, but I serve at the behest of our congregation and on behalf of our pastor, Reverend Dr. J. Lawrence Turner. I bring you greetings from Mississippi Boulevard. With me today, you've met Mr. Monger and Mr. Gillis, but also we have Todd Richardson and Shayla Coheim. She will be joining us at some other meetings, but she couldn't make it this morning. And I'm pleased to introduce this collaborative effort that has been formally shaping over the past 2 years. Much has been envisioned, and the work has been a long time coming for this project. The Cleveland Street Corridor Partnership and Redevelopment Plan has excited us from the north end of Cleveland to the south end of Cleveland. This tax increment finance initiative is the result of a diverse coalition of neighborhood stakeholders committed to revitalizing and improving our community. This is not a site-specific TIF. This is a neighborhood TIF. The partnership includes Mississippi Boulevard Christian Church, Crosstown Memphis CDC, and the Crosstown Redevelopment Cooperative Association, along with valuable input from key consultants such as Dexter Muller and Natalie McKinney. We are also grateful for the support of the Community Redevelopment Agency and the Memphis Medical District Collaborative, who have all contributed to the vision of this plan. Together, we're working towards creating a more vibrant, accessible, and sustainable Cleveland Street corridor for the benefit of all residents and businesses in our city. Please hear our request and allow us to answer any questions you have regarding this application. Thank you for your time and consideration. Now I'll hand it over to Todd Richardson.
You can go to the next slide. Thank you, Council. My name's Todd Richardson, 1350 Concourse Avenue, apartment 1085. With your permission, I'd like to just take a few minutes to run through very high level. You guys should have gotten a packet that is, I have to apologize in advance, 288 pages. I'm going to spend just 2 or 3 minutes today giving you high level. So Cleveland Street Corridor, I just want to give you the context, the need, and the opportunity. Next slide, please. So hard to point, but just to orient you, the district boundaries would be Jackson Avenue to the north, I-240 to the west, Union Avenue to the south, Watkins on the east, and then jogging over a little bit to McNeil in order to include the 22 acres of Washington Bottoms. You see they're going down the middle, Cleveland Street Corridor. At the top there, you see the big crosstown concourse that may orient you. And then in the middle, you see Cleveland and Poplar with Kroger. So Cleveland Street is one of the highest used north-south corridors in the city. Poplar in Cleveland is the highest used bus interchange in the city. You've got some great anchors along Cleveland and Methodist and Southern College of Optometry, Mississippi Boulevard, the Viet Hoa Market, Catholic Charities, Kroger, Crosstown Concourse. So the foundation is there. You've got great anchors. Unfortunately, in terms of Cleveland Street itself, it leaves a lot to be desired. You can take 12 to 15 minutes to drive from Crosstown Concourse to south of Methodist because of the lights not being synced. There's curb cuts every 10 feet, which make it very, very dangerous for pedestrians. There's no streetscape, insufficient lighting. There's a lot of public infrastructure that can be improved there. And so while we have a great opportunity, there is also a great need. Next slide, please. The other big one, which is what qualifies us for the TIF district, is the presence of blight and abandoned properties. In that small little district where there's 1,250 parcels, there's over 65 acres of abandoned land, blighted land, or severely underutilized land. And this gives you just a few pictures of what's present there. So the need is there. Next slide, please. But the opportunity is also there. If we're going to do a TIF, then we want to make sure that there are projects happening that will increase the increment, provide an increment to make all of the work worth it. So you guys know this property well. This is the Mound that this body recently voted to sell to a local residential developer. There are currently no tax dollars associated with this property, no tax dollars at all. And so it will become, next slide, please, a mix of single-family homes, townhomes, multifamily apartments, around a $25 to $30 million investment that will provide some of that increment. I won't go into detail about all of them. They're in your packet, but just there's another 3-acre development by Kern Development just south of this. On Court Avenue, there's 4 apartment buildings that were empty and blighted that are now renovated and being leased up. And then also Crosstown Concourse is building this new live music venue across the street. So those are just 4 projects that those properties not bringing much tax dollars in that will help to create that and jumpstart that increment. Next slide, please. Aspirationally, there's also 2 parcels on the south side. I'll let Andre and Charles speak to this slide, but you've got Mississippi Boulevard property on the left and then what's called Washington Bottoms on the right.
Again, my name is Charles Munger, 70 North Bellevue, Memphis, Tennessee, 38104. I'm going to talk a little bit about Mississippi Boulevard's redevelopment piece. For well over a century, Mississippi Boulevard has been a beacon of faith and leadership and service in Memphis, rooted in our mission to lead, learn, live, and love without limits. Our bold step forward with the 23-acre master plan for Mississippi Boulevard is a transformative vision aligned with the Cleveland Street Corridor TIF initiative to revitalize our community. We are reimagining blighted spaces into thriving hub for worship, dining, mixed-use housing, entertainment, and education, creating a place where people can connect, live, play, and work. This effort is about more than buildings. It's about strengthening community, enhancing security, and generating economic opportunities that empower and uplift businesses, residents, and visitors alike. As the medical district and downtown Memphis continue to grow, we're ensuring our neighborhood flourishes alongside them, fostering an inclusive and sustainable future. At Mississippi Boulevard Christian Church, we are fully invested in this transformation because when our community thrives, we all succeed. So basically, that's what we've got, that redevelopment piece, and I'll let Dean speak to that.
Yes, and just to give some context about our piece, we have been working already to create a plan that we wanted to have for ourselves, a master plan. We're probably the largest landowner in the area as a church, and we didn't want to work in a bubble. So we wanted to make sure we partnered with other entities, and as you can see, we've partnered with some great entities that have the community's interest at hand. So we're excited about what we're doing on our land, but we also are excited about the collaboration. Again, this collaboration is going to be helpful as we move forward in our redevelopment effort, because it's going to be a place of worship, but also multifamily housing, connected to dining, mixed-use retail. We're excited about that, and we have some plans also for some exciting things in the medical district that's going to specifically enhance what we're doing in the medical field. So.
I have a couple of council members in the queue, and as I said, we still have one more item, and we're way far behind. So
we'll finish up.
So taking Logan out. All right.
Chair, I want to just clarify something they said. Did you mentioned on the other slide that part of the boundaries would include? Did you say Washington Bottoms or Wolf River Bottoms?
Washington Bottoms.
Okay, thank you. I thought up there by Jackson.
Yeah, no, Washington Bottoms would be right there.
That little corner.
At the
Down there, that's
down
where
the
it's going
south
to be. Okay,
side.
all right,
Yeah.
thank you.
And Councilman Warren.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that as we're doing this, we're including both sides of Cleveland in this TIF. Okay, so because you can't really tell that from your map, it looks like it may just be the west side. And I think I'd asked you earlier, we're talking about medical districts. It didn't seem like you had Methodist in it. Can you explain again why it stops at SCO? Because if we're really putting I know you don't get much TIF out of Methodist because it's a nonprofit, but they are building apartments, and there are areas there that are going up. I don't know if you could use those or not. Explain why you didn't go all the way to Peabody, to say.
Thank you. Good question. The two main reasons were for this, we were told to keep it as small as possible and as powerful.
Who told you that?
The CRA, just in terms of a approach. Also, Methodist being a nonprofit wouldn't contribute to the increment of the TIF, so we wanted to include things that needed the TIF dollars most. This does include Union right along, so the improvements of the multimodal perspective. But of course, Methodist is a great partner, been a partner with Crosstown Concourse from the beginning.
Yes, I was looking at that. It just seemed to me that there are areas on that side of Cleveland as you go forward. You know, you have housing, you have some businesses, But, thank you for that answer, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Do we have any other members in the queue? Nope. Are you in the queue? Oh, okay, then you're in the queue. Go ahead. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you all for coming today. I appreciate the presentation. I have already seen it, and I think this is great for the area, for the city. Some years ago, I lived on North Parkway near Bellevue, and then I moved around the corner. This was pre-Crosstown. And then I moved around the corner at some point, and I was on Overton Park between Bellevue and Cleveland, and I literally lived across from the Mound. So I support this project, and I'm glad to see this taking place. It's a wonderful area, and I still interact with the area. Thank you, and I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. All right, seeing no other council persons in the queue, let's take this item for a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, any opposed? All right, the ayes have it. This will go down in 2 weeks with a favorable recommendation. Thank you.
And Madam, may I just add one thing, that we need to also set it for public hearing for the next setting?
Okay, we'll make sure that happens. Thank you. Our third item and final item is a joint ordinance of the City of Memphis and Shelby County, Tennessee, enacted pursuant to the Community Redevelopment Act of 1988 and the Uniformity in Tax Increment Financing Act of 2012, provided for the establishment of the Cleveland Street Corridor Redevelopment Trust Fund, Districts 5, 6, and 7, Super District 8, again sponsored by Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Can I get a motion? Second. Moved by Ford, seconded by Warren. Councilwoman Easter Thomas, do you want to speak on this one again, or?
Let's go ahead and vote for it again.
All right. If there aren't any members in the queue, I would like to go ahead and put this to a vote. All right. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. The ayes have it. Again, be set with a favorable recommendation in 2 weeks. Thank you. Does any council member have anything else that needs to be addressed in this committee? Seeing none, we
That's fair. All right, okay, let's start. See, it don't even same effect or nothing. There we go. All right, it is 10:37. I call the Public Works, Solid Waste, and General Services Committee to order. Ms. Keaton, you know what to do.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilman Spinoza. Councilwoman Green. Councilwoman Walker. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilman Warren. Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Canali.
Here.
Chair Smiley. Councilman Ford.
We got you. Council members. I'm just happy to see you all. All right, we have 3 items on the agenda today. I'm gonna go out of the order. To starting with item number 2, ordinance establishing an elective neighborhood parking permit program. Can I get a motion? Moved by Ford Senior, seconded by Councilman Spinoza. Council members, I brought this ordinance to establish an elective neighborhood parking permit program after having several conversations by very concerned folks in the community. And I'm gonna turn it over to Ms. Mitchell, who we all know we affectionately call Mrs. Uptown, to kind of talk about the concerns they have in the community, so you have some context to why this ordinance is being brought forward. Ms. Mitchell.
Good morning, and thank you for allowing.
Can you talk closer to your mic?
Okay. Is that
perfect?
The green light is on.
Perfect.
Good morning, and thanks for having me this morning. We've had an issue in the neighborhood about parking. There are some apartments across the street from our home. When they were constructed maybe 5 or 6 years ago, the homeowners were told that we would not have to worry about parking, that everything would go on as usual, but that has not been the case. Since the apartments were constructed and the tenants move in, they block our parking and everything. So it has been difficult getting in and out of our homes. So I contacted Councilman Smiley and asked what to do, and he instructed me with the help of the engineers department. So here I am.
All right, the ordinance is pretty lengthy. I think some of the most notable things that I want to highlight for the members, there's a parking permit fee. I think it's $50 a year. But essentially what happens is, due to the location of the apartment complex, when they have visitors over at the apartment complex, the homeowners adjacent from the apartment complex have no place to park. So what we want to do is we want to try to do our best to alleviate the burden on the homeowner, so that if they choose to have guests, they have a place to park, or choose to park themselves, they have a window or opportunity to park. I think this ordinance gives them that. And I asked Director Beline to be here, because if we mess it up, I need him to fix it. We don't always get it right. So, Director, you have any comments, concerns about the ordinance itself?
Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering. Negative, no, sir. We don't have any other additional on that, with the exception of identifying the specific locations. So,
I think Ms. Keaton, and correct me if I'm wrong. So what we have in the ordinance, and let me know if we need to amend it. It's on the last page. I'm not sure if you have the updated version. Do you have the updated version? She's passing it out. But what it said is the east side of North Main Street between Safran's Avenue and Looney Avenue. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so we have that. We have the fee associated with it. It kind of outlines the process. And, with anything, this is the first reading. If we discover any issues, we can always amend to address those issues. I'm assuming from this date forward, going forward, if we find any issues, we can make those changes. I don't anticipate any substantive changes going forward. I'm gonna ask that this be sent downstairs today with same 9 minutes, so we can hear the first reading of it. First reading for it as well. First reading. Doesn't appear there are any questions, concerns. Dr. Warren, you have a question? Go ahead.
Yes, I just would like, could we have a presentation of this maybe at our next meeting, where we can see the apartment building, see what's going on, and give us some, details so we can go look at it, because there's been a lot of construction there. And we want to make sure that, I guess, the people in the apartment complex also have a place for their visitors to park. You know, how do we make both of these things work?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I don't anticipate anyone would be opposed to that. And if you look at Miss Uptown over here, she'd be eager for you to come see the issues that they have in Uptown.
It would be my pleasure.
We know.
Okay.
We well aware of that. All right, sending it downstairs today for first reading. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Any opposed? It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you for getting here. Blame me for telling you the wrong date. I told her. I told her March 18th. Obviously, it's not March 18th. You look fabulous. All right, okay. All right, enough throwing me under the bus. All right. So we'll get to item number, we're gonna go to 3, y'all. I'm sorry, because I'm a Councilwoman White wants to be here. I'm trying to do my best to slow it down as possible, but she is in court. But if we have to come to get to it, we're gonna get straight to that. My apologies, but I know Councilwoman White wants to be here, and we hope that the judge allows her the space and opportunity to be here. Mayor Young doesn't look like it's gonna be possible, but we gonna do our best. All right, item number 3. Item number 3, update on the use of artificial intelligence in Public Works Division. Director Morgan, the floor is yours. This thing is your second council meeting? Third, second. 4th? Oh, yeah, you a vet now. All right, go ahead.
Scott Morgan, Director of Public Works, 125 North Main. So this is an update on where Public Works is on artificial intelligence and machine learning with our pothole detection elimination program. So we'll run through some slides. You should have this in your packet as well. So kind of a brief overview. So we are fully automated with, I'll use AI and ML as the acronyms, and operational. We currently have 5 vehicles in service. We're getting 2 more cameras within the next couple months, and those will be put on street sweepers. And so what happens is our vehicles drive the city. They take images of what is being recorded around them. That video is sent to a Google Cloud platform. The artificial intelligence analyzes what is seen in the images and identifies potholes. Those identified potholes are sent back to Public Works crews to vet, essentially. So they either approve them or deny them as potholes when an actual person sees them versus the machine learning. So this is a new thing that has not been done anywhere else. So we are actually teaching the machine how to recognize potholes. So the more that the machine sends us, the more we accept, the better the better it is at recognizing potholes, and then the same thing for denying potholes. Then it knows not to send those. So once it's detected and staff verify that it is a pothole, a service request is created, and then the crews are dispatched to fill the potholes. So a brief timeline, we started back 2019, 2020, started trying to deploy these on MATA buses. Then COVID hit and kind of halted the progress of everything. And we transitioned from MATA buses just due to getting better camera images and camera quality working through the Google Cloud platform. So in 2021, 22, we went to phase 2 and started teaching the machine, started just driving around with cameras, teaching the machine to actually know what a pothole looks like, and as we approve or deny the potholes. Now we're in phase 3. We're currently in operations with pothole detection, and we're also starting to look at high grass throughout the city, as well as damaged curb and gutter and clogged drainage inlets. So this is a snapshot from 2022 to current, and so there was over 6,600 potholes identified using the AI technology. 4,900 were rejected, so that leaves about 1,700 that actually were filled service requests for potholes, and then 520 were TDOT related potholes that were referred to them. So as I said before, as we move along in this program and continue to detect potholes, the machine learning will get better and better with what we approve and what we reject. So those numbers will get better. So as a summary for 2024, just so everybody's aware of potholes filled by public works crews. So we filled almost 83,000 potholes within the city. To note, 8,200 of those were from service requests. So when our crews go out across the city, while a citizen may call in one pothole in front of their, home address, as the crews are driving in and around that area, they see other potholes that they go ahead and fill, in those routes. So that's why the numbers reflect that. And obviously, if anyone has seen potholes, please make sure you call those in. So these are just a couple snapshots of the cameras. We have forward-facing and side-facing cameras to detect the images. These are just the installations on some of the city vehicles, SUVs, and street sweepers. You can see the side camera mounted. This is one of the street sweepers. This is the hardware that's installed within the vehicle itself that processes the data that uploads it to the Google Cloud platform. So got a couple more slides here. So as stated in summary, camera captures the video of the streets, is processed and sent wirelessly to the Google Cloud platform. It detects what we want it to, so high grass, potholes, damaged curb and gutter and drainage inlets, clogged drainage inlets. That's sent back to Public Works to verify, and then if it is verified to be legitimate, then a service request is created. So a couple pictures of what it looks like that when we get it from the platform. So this is an example of a pothole with the picture showing the accuracy rating that the machine learning provided to it. So 99% that's pothole. So we see that, we get an Excel database to go along with it of the location, and then we either confirm or deny that being a pothole. So like I said before, future steps, we're at pothole detection. We're starting clogged drainage inlets, broken curb and gutter, and high grass. So this is a snapshot of the database that we see from the Google Cloud platform. You get the database, you got the view in the bottom corner that shows the pothole, and then we can zoom in and look at other images to confirm that. Pictures of potholes. Here's broken curb and gutter, what one would look like from the dash cam, and same concept. We look at them and confirm or deny them. That was 94% accuracy for a broken. High grass, you got the measurement, you got the accuracy rating, and then we obviously confirm that and then put it into a service request. And then here's some clogged inlets along the street. Got a zoomed up view of one here. 90% that the machine learning identified, and then of course we dispatch crews to clean that. And you can see in this picture in particular, you got a clogged inlet on the left side and then one on the right side, and it did not pick that up because it's not clogged. So it is working. And that is it.
Any questions from this body? Cooper Sutton, you got any questions?
Well, yes, I want to thank you for bringing the presentation, and was very interesting. And the reason that you're here presenting this was because when I was in Tampa, Florida, Memphis was displayed as having this AI here in Memphis, and it was displayed, and I was not aware of it. And so I went to Public Works and asked them what was the process, where we were, and how it operates, and how we're operating here in the city with the new AI detection. And so I wanted our citizens and our constituents to know that our tax dollars are being spent very well, and we are moving towards the 21st century to detect certain things that are happening, especially potholes and other issues that we have issues with. My concern was the 311, as far as transmitting that and how in the process of making sure that when the 311 calls are made, that Public Works has been properly notified. Am I correct? So 311 does what? Explain to them what you explained to me and how you are so aggressively on top of this with our new AI system.
So this new AI system is outside of the 311 purview. So all of our images get uploaded to Google Cloud Platform. The AI processes it and then sends it back to Public Works to identify and confirm if it's a pothole or not. And then once we have confirmed there is a pothole, we create the service request and dispatch crews. But that service request does go into 311, but we're already aware of it because we're the ones who created it.
My next question to you is, when it's rejected, but it's actually a pothole, what is the process in place?
Well, if it's rejected, that means it's rejected by an actual person. So the machine learning gives us the images as well as the location, and then we vet it for rejection or acceptance. So if it is rejected, that means an actual person looked at it and deemed it not to be a pothole. So if we did make a mistake and it was a pothole, we'd hope obviously those would be called in. But I think we do a pretty good job of actually looking at the images to determine if we need to send a crew or not. If there's anything questionable, we'll send a crew to check. I mean, if it's not clear what we get from the machine learning or the images, we'll send a crew to check.
Thank you. So I thank you, Scott. I thank you all for teaching me and showing me and taking out the time. So when my constituents asked about it, and they have sent emails, I was very astute and I was able to answer their questions. And I wanted to make sure that we did not have a bad rep. That we just have a system that is not being used or utilized, and the taxpayers' dollars is really being closely looked at. So I want to thank you publicly, you and Public Works, for a great job that you're doing, and thank you for spending the time with me, giving me the knowledge that I need to share with my constituents.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I yield.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Any other council members in the queue? All right, all hearts and minds clear. Director, appreciate you. All right. You got a great job on the 4th time. Look, coming up in the world. All right, let's get to item number 1. Item number 1, a resolution requesting the approval for the sale in the amount of $820,000, a portion of the city-owned parcel located at 2685 Plant Road, further described as parcel ID 0501000054, Memphis, Shelby County, Tennessee, District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. There's a request to take 9 minutes. Can I get a move? Second. Moved by Ford Senior, second by the entire Memphis City Council. All right. I think I got to say something specific. All right, Councilwoman Ms. Swearingen Washington. You second. All right, so, we discussed this this particular item at length the last council meeting. I know my favorite word when I think it's going to be a long meeting. I say brevity. So I'm going to get back to brevity. And this is what I'm going to do. I want to hear from the mayor. I want to hear from the chamber, Ted, Bobby, and then want to hear from Mr. Mayo. Brevity, gentlemen. All right. You got a Mayor, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you, Chairman Smiley. I really appreciate the opportunity to be with you guys. I wanted to come down and speak directly to this project because I do indeed believe that this is a good thing for our community. And just briefly, because I want to maintain that brevity, I want to say that when I had my first meeting with the XAI team, specifically Mr. Brent Mayo, who is here today, one of the things that we talked about was ensuring that we protect our environment in our community. And we talked specifically about water and power. And they have brought a solution that our community has actually been asking for since 2017. We wanted to find a way to get TVA to not use the aquifer to cool their materials. And we were trying to find a path to get a gray water facility. Well, here it is. And not only are they going to build this $80 million gray water facility, they're going to pay us $820,000 for land that we paid $200,000 for. And let me be specific, we paid $200,000 for 65 acres of land, and they are going to pay $820,000 for 13 acres of land to build us an $80 million facility that is going to cool the TVA facility as well as their facility and Nucor Steel. And so we think this is a really good deal for our community. As we think about our environment, there's nothing more precious than our water. And so I humbly ask for your strong support for this project.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chamber, talk to us. Is your mic on?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ted
Townsend. Hold up. Now.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ted Townsend, President and CEO of the Greater Memphis Chamber. 97 Monroe, number 501. That's my address. Thank you very much for your time. We at the Chamber appreciate the administration's support, overwhelming support for this project, and thank you all for your discernment of this opportunity. The Chamber has been privileged to be a part of this process, and as the mayor indicated in the very first meeting with both he and President McGowan of MLGW, they stressed the importance of this and how long this opportunity has been sought after. Obviously, there are complications with having to raise the funds to pay for a facility like this. And I happened to witness the moment when Mr. Mayo with XAI indicated their interest in being a partner and providing the funding and the expertise to design and build this in a way that is great for the community. Obviously for the Chamber, and again, brevity, I understand. The Chamber is important, it's important to us to maintain our natural resources. We want to continue to recruit companies here that seek that out, especially those that want to preserve it and protect it. And we're fortunate very much to have XAI in that position. So thank you.
All right, Mr. White, you were here last time. You got the brunt end of very concerned council. Yeah, offer a few remarks.
No, Bobby White, 100 Peabody Place, number 1000. I just want to appreciate the council, the administration, MLGW, the administration, and the council, the conversations we've had, Councilman Ford, Councilman Cooper Sutton, so many conversations with each of you. We appreciate it. And we also want to appreciate Brent Mayo. He has, in many respects, been a champion for our city in many respects in ways that you don't even know, but we're so grateful that this is one of the ways that's being shared today. With that, I'll yield.
Thank you. I want to hear from you, Mayor, and then Mr. Mayo.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Go ahead.
There was one thing I forgot in my effort to be brief. I want to say thank you for the last council meeting because there were some things that were raised that I think were really important. And as a result, we made some revisions to the agreement. The primary revision is around a reversion clause so that if this land ever goes.
So what the mayor is discussing, council members, you should have a copy of the contract for purchase and sale of real property. And I think that was a direct result of the line of questioning went down by attorney, Councilwoman White. I don't think we saw Councilwoman that day, but we saw Attorney White in the building. So here's a copy of the contract. You should have that. And then also you should have a copy of the, I think this was a line of questioning by Cooper Sutton that talked about other places that this project, a similar project was being done, Mayor.
Correct. And then the last point I wanted to say is that amongst all of those discussions and revisions to the contract, the answer was automatically yes when we had the discussion with Mr. Mayo. So I'll turn it to him.
All right, Mr. Mayo, the floor is yours. Mic is hot.
How's everyone doing?
We're doing all right.
Represent XAI here in Memphis. I don't have much to say. Everybody knows why we're here. We're here to talk about a gray water plant. Excited to bring it to the community. It's really critically important for us to be sustainable in everything that we do. So, this is a big deal for us. This is a big deal for the community. Really, really excited about it.
Okay, so I saw something on social media that talked about Protect the Aquifer was in support of this project. I think that's something to note because I think they had a lot of concerns and questions, and I do believe that XAI had individuals meeting with Protect the Aquifer to talk about the viability of this project and the reason we should be moving forward with it. So I do think that's something that we should know. With that, I'm gonna see if there's any questions in the queue, any motions that need to be made. If not, I'm gonna take a quick vote. Warren, I know Warren's in the up. I made a promise. I keep my word. Councilman Ford, you want to be last? All right, Dr. Warren.
Thank you. This is a great project, and I'm excited that we're going to be able to use this gray water in such a way that will stop 9% of the aquifer use once we get these three companies on. Is that correct, Mr. Mayo?
Correct.
Okay, and I think the issue that most of us have, or is coming up, is it's got to do with XAI and gas generators. And I think we don't need to make both of these. We need to be able to separate these out in our minds. The generation of gas and, you know, the sort of air pollution that comes from those generators is very different from this. This is something that's going to protect our aquifer. We need to vote on this and realize that we need to have other discussions about where we're going later. So this is for the aquifer. The other is different. So in your vote, remember that. Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Councilman Dr. Warren. Councilwoman Walker, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for coming today. Good to see you, Mr. Mayo and Mr. Townsend.
Yes, ma'am, as well.
Thank you.
Good to see you too, Councilwoman.
You're here often. Stop it. Just stop it. Go stand in the corner. So back to, okay. You distracted me.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So TVA being a partner in this project, and Mayor Young, you made me think about this when you mentioned not having to use the aquifer, and anyone who wants to address this can. So with TVA being a partner in this project, is it their interest to supply water to their existing power generation infrastructure, or is this facility with respect to them to support their planned expansion at the Allen Steam plant?
My understanding is that this is water that they are currently using from the aquifer to cool their machines. I don't know the right names for all of the things. All of the stuff that they use now, they use water from the aquifer to cool it. They will replace that water from being pulled from the aquifer with water that will come from this gray water facility.
Okay, thank you for that. And you mentioned about what we had paid for the land and what we're selling it for. Are you sure we're asking enough? Because this is some very, this parcel, it has access to water, it has access to rail, and it's a very unique parcel. And can you just speak to that?
Well, I would say I think they're well, I shouldn't say that while they're sitting here, but I think they're paying more than its existing value. And again, we paid $200,000 for 65 acres. This is 13 acres that's being sold for $820,000.
So that's not, the 13 acres, that's not the entire parcel, is it?
No, there's just a piece of the 65 that we bought.
Okay, so what's going to take place with the remaining portion of the parcel?
It will remain as open space. We don't have any current plans for the remainder.
No current plans.
I would like to also reiterate, we could develop this on the property that we have directly behind us, which would be, is private land that was previously purchased as part of the Electrolux facility, but we chose to do this on city land and to quote unquote overpay for city land so that, and one of the things for myself is to, you know, to go before the city council to do things directly with the city so it could come to a vote. You talked about Ms. Sarah with Protect Your Aquifer. You know, you hear a bunch of these things about, you know, people that talk about initiatives locally, and when you do things that are with the city, it puts you in front of the city. You know, technically, I don't have to subject XAI and myself to sit here, but I want to because it's the right thing to do. And coming to the city and giving a more than fair offer to the city literally lets us partner, and it gives back to the very city that we're operating in. So that's critically important to us. And so from an overpay perspective, we're paying about 4x higher than we would with land that we already own and have availability to. So it's...
Okay, thank you for that. And like I said, it's a very unique piece of property with, you know, like with respect to what I said. And I really appreciate you being here today along with Mr. Townsend. In a perfect world, I think that every time we have something pertaining to XAI on the agenda, I think you all should be here. That's me sharing, and that's also the sentiment of many of my constituents as well as MLGW ratepayers. And finally, what is the status of the permit with TDAC to have the facility? What is the status of that?
So we're waiting on this process to close to verify that we have the land. From an accessibility standpoint, from a survey standpoint, we want to make sure all this is buttoned up, and then we'll go to the next step of that process. We didn't want to overstep and just assume stuff was going to happen. We, and similarly, like when I've come here, I just want to do things that I know is right, and I want it to come to fruition before making any statements or assumptions. So we've gotten to the point we've talked to the local leadership, and we've gotten to this point now where we either have this land or we don't. If we do not obtain this land, we're just going to fall back to the private land that we have access to and build it there and then move forward. So again, we didn't want to put the cart before the horse, so to speak, and that's why.
Okay, thank you for that. So once you receive the permit, can we get an update that has
absolutely
taken place?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
great.
Also, we've ordered equipment for this gray water plant. So we've not waited to do anything. The moment we started talking about this with Mr. Doug McGowan and various other members around, we immediately started ordering equipment. We knew we were going to do this. It is the right thing to do for the water that we're consuming from the aquifer. Elon says it best. Why would you use drinking water, which is a natural resource, to cool a computer? And so we immediately started prioritizing this gray water plant. And the long lead items were critically important that we order. And so there's a gentleman behind me, Mr. Mark. We've been working on developing and engineering this so that we can be literally ready once the approval comes in to move to the next step.
Okay, thank you for all of that. And I like what you said about buttoning it up. So let's look forward to that taking place. And finally, last year, I said that I wanted this to be something good for Memphis, and I believe that it is. It's just important to keep people informed as needed, accordingly, and as necessary. I know that that's been the root of a lot of the pushback, is just a lack of information in the community and even amongst this body with respect to certain things. So I really do appreciate you all coming today, and what I want is for XAI to help us with our sustainability future. I think that's just going to be great, and I know this is a part of that. And again, thank you for coming, and I yield the floor.
Cool. All right, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you. Thank you, Ted, for coming. Thank you for coming, Mr. Mayo. Thank you, Mayor and Bobby. It's always a pleasure to see you. And thank you for our wholesome conversation this morning. I'm going to address this to the mayor first and answer some other questions. Don't ever lowball us here in Memphis. Ever lowball us. Because what we have is in Memphis is worth a whole lot more. And that, let me finish, and then you can, and I respect you. You're not really doing us a favor, because Brent has already said that they have the private land and they can go and do it on the land they already have. And so that should have probably been taken into great consideration before all of this started moving so fastly and so speedily, and the community has never been involved. You got to understand the culture here in Memphis. See, one side talk for them, and then one side, this side here, we talk for the people who we are elected and who we listen to and who are important to us. And so I don't have a problem with the gray water. We want the gray, we need it. But what the problem I have is you're gonna kill the people before they even get a chance to even enjoy, because the pollution of the air, the pollution of the air, the pollution of the water, and now we're polluting the sky. I don't have any problem with doing business. The problem I have is who we doing business with. You may be a good person. You may be a good person, but the climate of this United States of America right now is not good with the person that we're trying to do business with. The first question I have, what are the actual water consumption needed for this facility as its current size and at each of its planned expansion size? Could someone answer that for me?
We are looking at 1.3 million gallons right now, and we've designed and we are building it for 14 million gallons.
Can the treated wastewater produced by the planned facility serve all of the cluster's water needed right now?
Yes.
You was kind of hesitant.
No,
okay.
I'm like, we're designing it 10x larger than we would need for any and all clusters that we're putting here.
I heard what my colleague said, Councilman Warren, and I think that everyone in here is very intelligent enough, smart enough not to get anything mixed up on what's before us and what isn't. When I looked at this contract, and I read this contract, and there's a lot of things that's highlighted in this contract that I think that we need to pause on it, get Alan Wade, our attorney, to explain certain things. Because what I got this on, I guess, Friday or Saturday. And so when I look at this contract, the city of Memphis is not benefiting anything from it. It's TVA and Nucor. And so when we talk about economic growth and we talk about money and we want to empower our communities and look at our communities, we need a percentage of whatever TVA has and whatever you get in the Nucor. So this contract says nothing unless my colleagues, and I don't do assumptions very well, but I hope that no one has went and made side promises to you that we're not able to keep, because we have to live here. And doing the evaporations and the discharge rates can't change depending on its use of portable aqua water versus treated wastewater from the new facility. So how much is that going to affect us?
The evaporation rate?
And the discharge rate?
I'd have to defer for clarification. But I will respond to you officially within 24 hours from this meeting.
Okay, so those are still questions that need to be answered.
Councilwoman, I think I see where you're going. Do you want to make a motion?
No, I want, thank you. I do. I want to make a motion that this contract be amended. We look at it again, because we're so quick. And I want it on the record. I want the citizen of Memphis to see how this is actually going. We want to do good business with people. Your boss doesn't do good business.
Okay, so hold up. No, ma'am.
No.
I will mute your mic. I just want you to listen.
Mute the mic.
I want
but
you to
I
listen.
want on the record to understand this. I can't even hold a meeting because I'm over here in the corner because I'm getting phone calls because the people are still unsure. Because you want to meet after the fact. You want to bring a contract after the fact. I'm a businesswoman.
Councilwoman. So, Councilwoman, your mic is muted. This what I want to say is this.
Go ahead on, because y'all gonna do what you want to do. They've been community.
Can I?
You're gonna do what you want to do, but this is not the proper way that you do business. You don't come and do business like this. It's not the way you do business. And you all said on this diocese that we would not do business like that. We would not do the business
Okay,
like that.
Councilwoman. So what I was suggesting is, if you're gonna make a motion, make a motion. But there we have, so in 2021, I believe, maybe 2020, I amended the rules of decorum. Part of the rules of decorum, we do not allow personal attacks for members of this body.
It's nothing personal, it's fact. It's
Okay,
true.
it's still personal. And we're not gonna allow, and we're not going to allow personal attacks to any folks we do business with. If we're talking business, say business, but we're not going to demean any particular person that's doing business in our community. And we won't allow people to demean us as well. We are a different body. So if you would like to make a motion, you are inclined to make a motion. If you don't, all right, make your motion. Your mic is unmuted. Go ahead.
I want to make a motion. And I know my colleagues are really pissed off at me right now, but they'll be okay. Breathe. But the people that I serve are not okay. The people that I serve are not okay. So the motion that I want to amend is...
So if you haven't been in this committee meeting before, if you're in the audience, we don't allow outbursts here. If you like what's being said, we're going to do thumbs up. If you don't like what's being said, we're going to do thumbs down. This meeting will be held decent and in order. Councilwoman Cooperson, continue with your motion.
My motion is, I have extreme concerns with the approval of this sale due to the vast number of ongoing complaints regarding environmental regulations and complaint issues that currently exist with XAI and his organization. What I want to amend is that we, the people, would like to have meetings with them before we move forward with signing any contract and moving forward and voting. Yes, the people are concerned. The people are interested in the gray water facility. But I'd like to amend it before we move forward, that their community meetings start with the people first.
Okay, so, hold on. She gotta make a motion. So she made a motion. Is there a sec? Okay, point of order, Councilman.
There's nothing amended or moved.
I know.
I don't know what just happened.
So, Councilwoman, I'm gonna guide you, if you allow me.
Well, you told me to make the motion.
No. So your motion is to hold. So make a motion to hold.
My motion is to hold.
Is there a second to the motion to hold?
Point of order.
Go ahead.
If we delay this, what does that look like?
She made the motion to hold. Councilwoman, is there a second to her motion to hold?
We can have discussion.
Is there a second to the motion to hold? So the motion fails. All right, council members, there was a motion made. Hold on. I'm asking you a question. So there was a motion to hold by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. For a lack of a second, the motion
I didn't
fails.
want to discuss
There
it.
is a
I
point of
wanted to know
information.
what was going to take place.
Okay, there's a point of information by Councilman Walker, but we still have Councilman Ford in the queue. With that being said, would you defer to Councilman Ford, or would you like to go ahead and have your point of information addressed? I'm not sure if the.
I'm gonna make a quick comment.
All right, okay. So what do you want to do, Councilwoman Walker? The floor is yours.
As long as Ford is last.
Okay. All right, so we're gonna go to. Hold on. I know I got Councilwoman Logan, Councilman Spinoza, Councilman Ford wants to be last, and I'm gonna listen to the senior statesman. So Councilwoman Logan, Councilman Spinoza. I know Councilwoman Walker wants that question asked, and we're gonna try to give her an answer to her question. All right, Councilwoman Logan.
I just wanted on record to say that I did have a concern last meeting. I did speak with Chief Adams, and he cleared it up as it relates to what the city of Memphis is gaining through the process when you all introduced the sale of the gray water to the two other organizations. I felt that we were not benefiting. However, I did learn that due to the structure of how it needed to be, we are recouping some of the recouping expenses. That's how it has to be. And I do appreciate the explanation of that. So we are benefiting because we're recouping our expenses long term. I didn't see that reflected in this contract, but I think it has to be a part of another agreement. But I wanted to make sure that's still on the table. That is still a part of the agreement.
Yes.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you for that. So just for the record, people that asked me about, where are we in this, we are benefiting from that perspective. And I do appreciate those that had the foresight to include that in the deal. Thank you all.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Logan. I'm gonna go to Councilwoman Walker. I think her question's been answered. Councilwoman Walker, the floor is yours. Or do you want to come later? Say it on the record.
She responded, but can it be the information be shared publicly instead of in my ear so everybody can hear it?
I mean, you got the mic. Go ahead, speak it. And if I'm wrong,
No, my
y'all
question was, what is,
you want to hear someone else say that, what she gave you.
my question is, if this is delayed, what does that look like? That was my question.
Somebody answer the question.
If this would be delayed, I personally want to work with the city council, so I would do everything in my power to get it pushed through so that we can do what's good and right for the city of Memphis, not to be confused with West Tennessee, which everybody seemingly in the state alludes to West Tennessee. This is Memphis. I want Memphis to win. And so being here with Memphis, this is a benefit of Memphis, regardless of what anybody says. And so I would delay it further if that was the case. Now, common sense would tell me just to use my own land at a 4x cheaper rate and then develop it so you don't have to, go through the processes. But at the end of the day, the people and the constituents that you all represent, clearly want to know what's going on. And this is the only way that we can do that, is sitting here in front of you. And that's why I wanted to bring it to the table. So we could pivot back the other way, but, that's not the way that we want to go.
Thank you for that, and you are correct. This does help and make a difference for you to come and be at the table. And I can't thank you enough. However, I guess now's as good a time as any the comments, the questions, the emails, the phone calls, all these unanswered questions. And then we come to committee, we're running behind, people grabbing their faces, grabbing their heads, holding their faces. I think that's disrespectful too, but that isn't being called out. We have a situation here, and I say this kindly and respectfully, but there is a lot of pushback in the community. Nobody says to us as a body how we should address that or handle that. Nobody says to me as an individual member how I should deal with that when these types of questions and comments as it relates to the owner of the company can even come up in a PJA meeting. You know what I'm saying? So I kindly ask, what should we do with this particular part of the project, this paradigm, as we continue to get these questions that we can't answer?
Elementary.
So let me address a couple things. So one, procedurally, it was a point of information. It is morphed into more than a point of information. You have council members in the queue. I think they were going to allow you to continue down with your line of questions, but go ahead. I just want to make sure I want to address that before I'm yelled at for not respecting the procedure.
Okay, so I was piggybacking off of his response
Go ahead.
to the question.
So I'll speak to it as also an elected official, because I get the same questions as you all do. And I think the only way to address it is to provide for you all to be as informed and have the information so that you can answer the questions. And I'll make myself available, our team available, so that we can get those questions answered to their community members.
And I, as was the case when I first got here, meeting with you all individually, if you want to meet every month individually, I'm more than happy to do that. You all let me know the time and the date, and I will meet with you, because the constituents around here listen to you, they trust you, they elected you for a reason. That's why you're here, and that's why I respect this so much. So if there's questions and clarifications, I'm available and I'm here, and I live here. And so again, as this continues to move forward and grows, admittedly, early on, and there continues to be this discussion around, what are they doing, what are they not doing, et cetera. So I think the key for me as one of the leads here in Memphis leading this build is to communicate that directly with you all so that you can pass that on to your constituents.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Mr. Chair, I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman Walker. Excellent line of questions. Thank you for your point of information and following up. If I could read Ms. Keaton's handwriting, you write like me. Councilman Spinoza, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I'll be quick. Brevity, we're 10 minutes behind, and we're running into my MLGW meeting, so I'll try to be very quick. I have a long list of things, but I really just want to say thank you, Brent. Everything that you've said today, and I respect council members who have questions, but I want the citizens of Memphis and the business community to know this. This is a great thing for Memphis. I think, and Ted, you can correct me if I'm wrong, close to $3 billion in capital investments. Folks are in town, I believe, this week. The financial impact for our city, which we need, is huge, but more so than that, the way that you respond to the council members, you're like, hey, you're here, you live here, give Brent a call, reach out to him. The mystery, the shroud of doubt and all these things, go by. We've all been invited to go by there. And the majority of citizens that I hear from are so excited, and I am too. So thank you, and I can't wait to vote yes.
All right, Councilman Ford wants to be last, but we have, hold up, we're not last yet. It's not last unless you want to come down. I know you're ready. Some council members at the end of this wants to speak. I'm not sure if it's Councilman Carlisle or Councilman White, but I do want to go to one of the two.
I want to say I'll be quick, but
Go
I
ahead.
think what I need to say is kind of necessary. So we have these questions, and when you have questions, one of the things I love about my dad is my dad says question to the void. What that means is ask all the questions that you need to be able to get the information that you need, and at some point you end up at some kind of medium. And that's what has happened this past week. I have taken off from my real job, like my job. This is my real job, y'all. But from my job as a lawyer, and I've spent time, and so I thank you to President Doug McGowan, Attorney Jennifer Sink for sitting with me, Director Scott Morgan, Carlton Osborne, and their whole team, Director Adams, and the folks from XAI, in getting me the information that I requested. It took a lot of time and research, but I split this up into two parts, and I think it's really important. And I know the news only casts certain things, but hopefully the people who want this information are tuned in to this meeting. I looked at this into two parts. One, whether or not this is a good deal for the city. The mayor has already stated for what we purchased it for, so we already know that there's a profit. The second way I looked at this is that I requested a copy of the appraisal. I will be honest, I did not agree with the appraisal. I thought that it should have been about $100,000, $200,000 more. However, appraisal in that process is super subjective. But I also offset that with, even if this is not the exact amount for that appraisal, I offset that with the benefit, which then got me into the project. Going back to the benefit, what other things were we going to use this property for? At the current time, Director Morgan told me that there were no other plans for this property as of right now. Is it a unique set of land? It absolutely is. Don't let anybody else tell you differently. But it's only worth market value, what someone is willing to pay for it. And the way that you come up with that is comparables, which is what the whole appraisal was about. So that gets us to the number. But then I got to the project and the benefit and understanding, truly understanding, and I want to simplify it for just whoever is watching who's like great water, and you've heard these words like it's a good deal, we're getting a good deal. What is it? As of right now, we treat our water at this wastewater plant on the port. And when we treat it, after we treat it per regulations, it goes into the Mississippi River. The water that XAI uses, the water that Nucor uses, the water that TVA uses is water directly from our aquifer. What we continuously say is our precious natural resource. So the point of this facility is to say no more, you're not gonna use the good water that we drink from. You're gonna take the recycled water that we already recycle and throw into the Mississippi River. They're gonna now build a plant that's going to further refine that water and use that to cool those systems. The other reason that I say that, yes, this is a good deal. The other reason that I say that this is a good deal is because of the benefit. For one, we are protecting the aquifer. For two, this is about to be an $80 million facility. We don't talk about property taxes. Property taxes is the way that we generate revenue. And so this will be a revenue generating property. And so if we do well with stewarding the taxpayer money, then we are then able to disseminate this money across the county as we need to. Well, the city as we need to. So those are the things that I did in analyzing this deal. And I thank you so much for all of those who took the time to come and meet with me and explain to me these things. And I didn't just take their word for it. I looked at other facilities. My analyst was gracious enough to reach out to other experts. And the consensus is this is a good deal, but it's a good deal for those reasons. We are protecting our aquifer. We're generating tax dollars and generating the economy. The two things that that were sent to me by someone else, and I don't take credit for this, but they're two great things that I would like to be considered, is cross-training from public works employees in our office with any potential educational opportunities in terms of public tours and just with the innovation of this particular facility. And then the second thing is, that was it.
Was that?
Yeah.
Was that a question? Can I respond to that or no? Because
Well, it wasn't.
It was more so of a statement.
I have a response. The point of us putting it where it's at is it puts us directly adjacent to that facility so that the very people of Memphis and the people that work in public works have direct access to come and learn, to watch it be built, to understand our construction processes, to learn things that aren't traditional in this region. And to be unequivocally clear, this was a project that was discussed that was supposed to take 2.5 years to build. And it was going to cost the city $160 million. We are doing it, and we will be constructing it in a manner so that it takes 7-ish months to do at $80 million with $0 that's needed from the public. So when we're able to do those things, and we're able to do it, adjacent to one of the facilities and in conjunction, with the public works, Mr. Scott and those individuals, it just allows people to learn and do what they're doing. Similarly with MLGW, we learn from MLGW, MLGW learns from us with our construction processes, how we're doing substations. Those things are only better for the community, and they also bring industry back into the region. And it's no secret that in America, we're not Americans that build things. That's the reality of the situation. What we're doing in Memphis is we're building things in Memphis, and we are teaching kids and individuals around that, AI may be scary to some, but the reality is you have to build infrastructure. You have to have construction jobs. You have to do the things that matter. And those individuals then get trained on how to do that, and that carries on to the next generation. That's one of the critically important things for us as well, is to learn amongst each other.
That's all I have. And thank you also, legal, for including the reversion clause and the first right of refusal. And that's the other last thing I want to say, is that when there are questions or there are concerns about potential risks, that's why you have good lawyers, for your lawyers to assess those risks and create the safeguards for the things that you can't foresee. And of course, we can't foresee everything. So, I mean, you just try to prepare for what it is for the unknown.
Thank you, Councilwoman White. Thank you for asking the line of questions at the last council meeting. I would encourage for those folks who listen in for the first time, go back to listen to Councilwoman White's question. I think her advocacy led to some positive changes in this contract. So thank you for your advocacy. Thank you for your due diligence you've done in this project. Councilman Carlisle, I know both of us have a hard time with this.
All right, so anyway, I'm going to take my time.
I know.
Look, I don't have anything to add. I think Councilwoman White, I think she nailed it. I think that's the easiest thing. In the words of James Carville from Old School, it was the perfect answer. It's perfect Q&A. But I will say, in general, and I don't want to digress in this, but I think that since everyone in the room is economic development, public-private, outside of XAI, which is private, but all the brain power in the room demonstrates the need to evolve into the 21st century. I know that for the council, these deals feel like they are moving quickly. I can tell you from the business side, they think they are moving at a snail's pace. And we've got to find a way to have a mechanism and a process that does not get messed with, isn't erratically applied, and so that we, the public's representatives, and the public feel like they have a proper role in the game, and that it moves at a pace that is fair and understandable. But also to the private sector side, if we say we want to do business with people, bringing them in here looking for a aha gotcha moment every time they sit down, like there's some nefarious thing because they didn't get an answer, or we couldn't understand it, or the public didn't quite understand it. Some of these things are incredibly complicated, whether they're industrial engineering or they're regular old development projects. But nonetheless, we've got to get to a spot as a council and an administration with our quasi-governmentals to where we are open for business and businesses can expect the process, and that we have the role that we want to have in it, but we've got to have that discussion. I think that strategically for the city has to be a critical point, or else we're going to miss out on opportunities that we desperately want just because we didn't communicate properly one way or the other. It's a bilateral and sometimes trilateral thing, and I include the Shelby County government in that as well. So anyway, I appreciate everybody's comments. I really appreciate your comments. Those were rock star. I look forward to supporting this project. $100,000 plus or minus on a property valuation is nothing with an $80 million improved facility. And if everybody says they're for the gray water, what I would ask my colleagues to do, and I'm sure Mr. Mayo and his staff would be happy to do, is submit your questions in writing. Let them respond in writing and let them put them on the city's website. People can have them from there, and they're out there. So, and every time we exchange emails anyway, they're on the public record. So if you have questions or your concern is public information, get those questions in writing, get them to XAI, let them respond, and then publish them, and we can have the council promote it. With that, I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. Thank you for those comments. I know Councilwoman Logan wants to hear from none other than Madam CEO, Madam President. Ms. Massey, the floor is yours.
But before she starts, Chair, about what you're saying, it kind of speaks to what Chairman Carlisle said. One way that we as a body can jump in and get in, understand, we have two bodies that represent us or work with us, or that we expect to go out and get these businesses and bring them back. We lean into you all for that expertise, that knowledge, that communication. We shouldn't be having this conversation with them. We should be expecting you all to tell us, and then we listen to them and bring them in to vote. But both of you are our agents to go out and get that hard information, bring it back to us, have those conversations with us to make us feel comfortable with what's going on, that we can talk to our constituents. And then when the businesses come for vote, it's easy. So we're leaning into you all, and we have the three entities have to do a better job at making certain that we do the prep work and that we're informed. So I want to know where you are, EDGE, as well as the chamber, on this project and your input and responsibility to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chairman. Joanne Massey, President and CEO of EDGE, 100 Peabody Place. Thank you, Councilwoman, your words, and Councilwoman White, your work and the information you provided. EDGE is in full support of this project. We were early on aware of the gray water facility being built, and that was actually a part of the information supplied in public to our board, which in turn gave a contribution to the decision that our board made to lease property. I work and talk to Mr. Mayo quite often, have meetings scheduled with Mark, and so we're working with them too and getting that information. And to your very point, we, as your Chief Economic Development Officer for Memphis and Shelby County, obviously working with the administration and the mayor, acting as an advisor and being informed. And although our role in this particular part of the work for XAI is indirect, we still maintain being informed. And so we stand ready to provide information at any time that we have and any questions that this council has asked. I know that I've received emails and calls and texts and things like that. But again, I just want to be clear that this is a good project. This is a good thing for Memphis and Shelby County. And what will happen in the integrity that the XAI team has presented, we do believe that this is going to be a positive impact for our community.
Thank you, Madam CEO. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Wanting to know, that you all are involved, you all are working together on our behalf, along with the administration, and it's a positive thing for Memphis as it relates to economic development and the economic impact that we can expect, and we're holding you all just as responsible as well. Thank you.
All right. Forward. I know you was ready a couple times.
It's time for me.
Yes, sir.
I know y'all should applaud. I held it for 2 weeks, okay? Now we kind of found out more, but we could have done it 2 weeks ago. Now you know why. First of all, y'all put District 6 on there instead of 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Councilwoman White, attorney, you said it all, okay? I want to thank you. Mayor, you said, Chambers said, you've said, Mr. Mayor, anybody that call you, you're going to return their call.
Yes, sir.
You've been there. I've talked with you quite a bit. I've done quite a few researches. We've talked. We're planning on having quite a few different meetings, okay? Boxtown, Westwood, Walker Home, because that's where it is, all what you're doing, okay? Yeah, we want everybody that's listening to come out because we're going to post everything, okay? And I know you're going to be there.
Yes, sir.
You know, you don't live here, but you do live here because you're here all the time.
I do have a house here. I live here.
Okay? I know a lot of things that you've done, Nashville, to help us with the governor, all the rest. Hey, you are a people person, okay? And I kind of believe things that you said. I don't believe too many people, okay? Yeah, but I think these 2 weeks we've gotten a lot of things done. Questions were asked, and you critiqued what we wanted to do. You added some other lines in there, okay? And like I said, Councilwoman White, you just said everything I wanted to say. Yeah, you did your research, everything. And I think we need to kind of go by what she said, okay? And I want to just, this is time to vote.
Councilwoman Walker want to say one
Okay, well, let us say one sentence and then I want to move it. With same night minute.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you both, members. So I got a text from someone with TBA a few minutes ago, and they'll be glad to put something together for us so we can better understand their role in this project. Thank you, and I yield the floor.
All right, council members.
All right, ready to vote, same night minutes?
I think y'all got, it's already on there. I think we got all our questions out. We did our best to inform the community. I don't think we necessarily need a roll call vote, so all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, it's a opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Thank you all. Committee adjourned? It's on the
three items on the agenda. The first two, actually none of them require motions or seconds or anything. So item number one, as usual, discussion of MLGW fiscal consent. President McGowan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Doug McGowan, 220 South Main, President CEO, Memphis Light, Gas, and Water. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. I will go over this briefly, and subject to your questions, we'll move on. I do have a couple of things I'd just like to get to in items 2 and 3 briefly. So starting with the consent item, gas matrix landscaping for $410,000. You've heard this before. We had 2 other contracts. This is all about maintaining our parcels that we own across the county to make sure that the grass is cut and stays within standards so that we are not violating any codes. So this contract is 100% MBE to cut the lots that we have around our gas facilities. The second one is a contract for $2.5 million, large directional boring with Memphis Road Boring Company. This is to provide large diameter boring. What this is they drill a hole underground for us to pull our big water and gas pipes through. So that's what this is. This allows us to not have to open up the ground, and we can directionally bore under the ground. So large diameter steel pipe is what we are pulling through. And this is very high horsepower equipment because you're going long distances with very large openings in the ground. Next is a New Canada Road 24-inch water main in the funded amount of $500,000. This will last through 2027. This is an increase to the contract funding. The New Canada Road project is a result of any municipality doing work to realign their roadways. We have to relocate the infrastructure. In this case, we're putting a new water main in. And so we're adding $500,000 to the contract because it is extended from when it was originally put into place. We're putting about 2 miles of pipeline into the ground. And that's what this will cover, is our ability to provide water there. Eventually, this will help improve our transmission of water across the entire county. So this is a net benefit for us. Next is the South Campus Collecting Main for $537,728. This was a W&T, 100% MBE company. This constructs about a half a mile of new collecting main. You hear me often talk about putting wells into the ground. But when I put a well in the ground, there has to be a pipe to take that water to our pumping station, our treatment station, and that's what a collecting main is. So we're putting about a half a mile of collecting main in, and this will allow our production wells to bring water to the Sheehan pumping station. The next is DocuSign software as a service. You all use DocuSign here. This is our contract with DocuSign, so we can electronically sign contracts that come through our system for $165,000. This is a 3-year contract lasting us through 2028. The next is a 9-ton digger derrick truck. If you wonder what that looks like, we have a picture for you here. This bores holes for us to put poles into the ground. This replaces our old equipment that we have, and this will allow us to continue doing the work that we need to do to replace those poles, which we will do thousands of each year. The next is janitorial services in the amount of $360,484. This is a renewal of the contract with Mason's Professional Cleaning Service. They do several of our facilities: the Hickory Hill Service Center, South Service Center, the LNG plant, Brunswick Service Center, and the Millington Community Office. This very large industrial facilities that we have, with the exception of the community office, and they clean it to make sure it's a habitable place for our employees to work. Another janitorial services for $1.37 million. This does the other MLGW facilities. Again, another renewal. If it sounds familiar, it's because we came back to you last year for this as well. So we're trying to extend this through the end of 2026 so we can keep our facilities clean. This one is a large contract with Utility Partners of America. It's an emergency contract award extension in the amount of $13.7 million. You'll recall when we had the metering issue, when the registers were failing on the water meters, we had to have additional help to come and put those registers on. Utility Partners of America has been doing that with us under an emergency contract. They add additional workforce, additional manpower to our workforce to be able to do this. Over the next 24 months, they will be replacing all of the registers on our water and our gas meters to make sure we have the ones that are not going to fail in the future. So replacing all the outdated ones that haven't failed, putting the new ones on that will not fail in the future or will have less likelihood of failing. Yes, ma'am.
Are these residential ones?
These are residential and commercial meters. So yes, residential and commercial meters. And as you know, we have about 250,000 water meters, about 300,000 gas meters, and we've replaced about 35,000 of those so far. We are acquiring the materials, and this is the additional manpower to help us go change those out proactively so that we don't have them failing for our customers.
So is this different from, I guess, the smart meters that we have?
This is a portion of the smart meter. So a smart meter is the meter part that allows either the gas or the water to flow or the electricity. Then there is a module that sends the signal back. What we're talking about here is the register that actually records the reading. It's either the dial or the odometer style on the register. It's a plastic part that goes on the front. And in some cases, the module, and that's the electronic part that sends the radio signal so that we can receive it. To do that number of meters in 2 years' time, it's more than our staff can do by themselves and continue to maintain the system. So this emergency contract allows us to have individuals to lend a hand. Now, this is Utility Partners of America. I want to be clear. It's a company that's not from Memphis, but they are hiring Memphians to do this work and training Memphians. So everybody that's working for them, with the exception of potentially their contracting office, is a Memphian that's doing this work.
So one question. In terms of like and I understand this is a different part of the smart meter.
Mm-hmm.
Is this kind of the new up and coming thing that's going to be compatible with any future, or does that make sense? I'm just trying to see if we should anticipate to have to replace smart meters again at some point, or if so, when.
That's right.
You know what I mean? So does this keep up with what's going on?
Yes, ma'am. This is the latest and greatest in technology with respect to the registers that go on there. That's the part that records it. They should be compatible with any upgrades to the meters we have in the future. They are with the Honeywell meters, and we are working with Honeywell, as you know. They're the ones that sold us the meters. Most of these have been replaced under warranty. Going forward, we're acquiring the parts, and we're going to do our best to recoup as much of our costs as we can from them outside of warranty. Yes, ma'am. Great questions.
Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming today and for this presentation. And at this moment, I just wanted to acknowledge and hold space for Cornelia Crenshaw. Since it is Black History Month, she was an energy and environmental justice advocate. And thanks to her, we are allowed to get an extension on our utility bills as needed. And I just wanted to hold space for her today. Thank you, and I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Warren.
She's beloved at MLGW.
This is just a general thing at the end. So
okay.
This question then.
The next item up is Aon Consulting Incorporated. This is a consulting service for our insurance and risk management. They'll do market benchmarking and medical stop loss work for us. This allows us to provide competitive insurance for our employees. This is a 2-year contract. Subject to your questions, sir, that concludes the consent agenda items.
Thank you. For the record, Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas joined us instead of Councilwoman Green. No more questions. We'll move along to nope, we got Councilman.
Okay, this is just a general question.
Yes, sir.
It's got to do with bills. I've had a number of people, and I've actually had this personally happen. You get like a huge bump in your utility bill, and it says, "Oh, you better check your water usage. You know, you're leaking water somewhere." So I just spent $250 to have a plumber come out and tell me I'm not losing any water. Are we having a problem with the automatic billing that's intermittently raising people's rates, and then the next month it's off? So if you guys would look into that, I think we could have an issue.
Yes, that is not an issue that we're seeing regularly. Typically, that's pretty accurate when it says you have a bill that is high. What we have seen before, if there is a misread, in other words, the digits are transposed, or a manual read that somebody transposed the digits, and we've adjusted that off for our customers. So, but yes, we'll take a look into your specific circumstance.
Have that, they should contact
absolutely
you.
Should.
Okay.
They absolutely
Thank you very much,
should.
Mr. Chair.
Great question. Literally, have them call in. I was actually on a customer service call where that happened. And MLGW did the right thing. Customer service rep helped the customers. A great question. Thank you, Councilman Warren. Look at you. All right, we're done with item number 1. We'll go on to item number 2. Discussion of LED streetlight installation updates. Councilwoman Logan, it's happening. President McGowan, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman Logan, for your forbearance, and I know we've had to bump this several times. I just wanted to remind everybody of the LED streetlight conversion history. In January of 2023, we put a contract in place to convert all of the high-pressure sodium lights to LED lights. And then in June of 2024, we put a change order in to approve Phase 2. And Phase 2 was to correct infrastructure that was causing the streetlights to not work. It was also to do the high mast conversion, which are the very tall lights on the interstate, and do some underpass light conversion. Those style lights were not available when we started. They became available, and so we added them in because it will complete our conversion. And then we also, through this process, had an accurate inventory that showed we actually had more lights than were actually in our inventory, so we added some money to convert those. So that's the conversion history. As of December 31st, 2024, all of the fixtures have been converted. 79,506 street light fixtures in the Memphis city limits have been converted. I will also note that the city of Bartlett, the town of Arlington, and the town of Collierville are also all complete. The city of Millington is underway with their conversion, so all of those things are happening. So relatively soon, everybody except unincorporated Shelby County and Lakeland will have LED streetlights. That will be their choice. These are the underpass. We have converted all of the underpasses as well with LED streetlights. I think some folks have mentioned that to me, that they noticed the underpasses, which makes it much brighter. These are the high masts I mentioned you see on the interstate. Now, I did this briefing last month, so I didn't update this. We'll be complete with the LED high mast by the end of February, so there's still some that are still out there that need to be done. But when we did this at the beginning of January, we were about 40% complete. We're nearly 90% complete now with the high mast. Getting to full operation, back in June when I came to you, there were about 2,700 fixtures that had never been online. That was the reason we asked for that additional money for the underground infrastructure, and the reason they weren't online is because those, as Councilwoman Logan knows, the lines underground were installed in the 60s and 70s and were not working, and so this gave us some funding to go back and replace those underground lines. When I did this briefing in January for you through December, we had gotten 1,000 of those 2,700 back online, and that number is even higher now through this remediation work that we've been doing. There are also some other lights that were not connected to the network. The node was not reading, and so we had to go change some of those nodes out, so that's a reason why they may not have been showing up or may not have been working. And then while we're doing that, we continue to deal with a rapid pace of knockdown poles and cut cables from the folks who are doing fiber. So that adds to the complexity as we're trying to change these out and get them fixed. They keep getting knocked down and those kinds of things. So that's just the work. We are working through it, and we're on a pace that I think you'll be pleased with. The next steps for us are we're going to continue the infrastructure improvements till we get all of those never operating lights, the ones that had the underground cables that aren't working, till we get those all working because the underground cables are repaired. We get all of the lights connected through that smart node on top to make sure they're reading and we know what's happening with them. We'll complete the high mast by the end of February. And then the software that integrates all of this, we had the initial software that, you remember we talked about this, I'll be able to see the status of all the lights. I can do that today, but it's not really functioning to our satisfaction to 100% where we want it to be. So working the bugs out, we think that'll be done by July 1st of 2025. So we should have a full complement of smart nodes and LED streetlights. And again, I'll just harken back to what other cities experienced. They took much longer to get this done. And we're in the phase of working the bugs out, which is a compelling program. There are some areas, and I'll just call it out for Councilwoman Logan. She has 2 areas on Austin P, which are really tricky on Singleton, and then right up at Old Singleton, and what's the other? Oak Cross. What is it? On Austin P, yeah. There's one section, 2 areas, on Yale and Old Singleton Parkway, where those underground cables are very old, and we're having to dig up and replace those things to get those lights working. We've done some temporary things like string overhead power lines just to try to get them on to the extent that we can. But that's where we're going to be by the summertime. We are out there checking. We are doing a survey every day. You all are really good about reporting lights that are out, and so we try to jump on those as quickly as we possibly can. So I'm pleased with where we are. We're going to continue to knock these things out, and once we get the initial, all the underground stuff, we should be able to keep up with these things. So we have some extra effort. We have some extra contractors helping us do this so that we can get the whole thing completed. So, subject to your questions, that's all I have today.
All right, I've got Councilwoman, Madam Vice Chairwoman, Swearingen Washington is in the queue.
Thank you, Chairman. Would it be possible to add some decorative lights to the substation on Front Street to make it more attractive, especially at night?
So this is substation number 4 you're speaking about up in the Pinch District. And we actually examined that, Alonzo, did we not, several years ago? And so I'll let Alonzo speak. I think technically it is possible. I want to make sure that we have a deliberate plan, that we know where we're doing, and we have a project for that, and I'll have to get a time estimate cost and what impacts there might be, Alonzo.
Yeah, thank you. Alonzo Weaver, Senior Vice President, Chief Operating Officer. Yes, we have looked at that in the past. That project kind of was talked about, but never really caught traction. We can look at it again. It's the funding of it, of course, and then the style of the lights, because there's 100 different ways to do that. But there were lights on that substation originally when it was built, and we've changed those out from time to time. And some of that is infrastructure is degraded, but there are lights in the substation. But if you want to do something more than that, we can certainly have that discussion.
Okay.
I understand the intent is to make it more decorative and have it, because it is illuminated, it actually looks pretty cool at night. It's on the corner, it's on Front Street, just north of the convention center. When you go over the overpass, it's just on the other side. It's right behind Miss, what's the restaurant? Alcinius, right beside Alcinius. Yes, ma'am.
We're needing some help with lighting in that downtown area so that when visitors come, they'll feel, safe, want to walk around and explore, go to the different restaurants. So if you could help us with that area.
We will take that as a project, and we'll bring you back, and we'll let you know what it might cost to do that, and we'll take a look at, if there's a kind of a standard that we can apply for that, so we can make it replicable if it's affordable.
All right, thank you.
Love it, thank you. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much, President McGowan, for this presentation. So my question or request now is, and I have the information you shared, but I want to understand it from a comprehensive plan perspective. Like, I know that this is wrong, you're fixing this, you're working on this happened, but knowing all of these things that are taking place, kind of explain it in a comprehensive way. Okay, this all happened, so this is how we have pivoted and are approaching it now, because I want to understand what to expect, what expectation I should have in terms of the lights being back on or being up. I do see that there are a lot of variables. When you plug this in, that went out. When you went over here, this went out. But so what is the plan moving forward? Because even though there are so many bright spots, there are a few that are in the dark and that are of concern because they're in places that need light.
Right, so just to, hopefully you'll help me shape this. I've directed our team that we should make sure we prioritize the neighborhoods, and we should prioritize the areas where we have the long strings out. Okay. So we have contracted crews who are specially trained to do the underground cabling, and they run new cables underground, and we're trying to get the most of the, if there's a long string, we're trying to get those on first. And we really start with a process of elimination. Is the fuse bad? So we can just replace the fuse and they all come on. If it's not, do we need to replace the cabling underground and do that? I've prioritized neighborhoods over interstates because there are areas of the interstate that do not have any overhead lights. So I assume that we can all drive with our headlights there. We understand how important that is in the long term, but our focus of main effort is to get the neighborhoods lit up. We then go from those long strings that we've assigned our individual crews to high priority areas. We do give deference and diligence to what you all report to us, because that means to us that your constituents have a concern, and we try to jump on that first. But we also dispatch people to the neighborhoods kind of in sectors around the community. So we have crews assigned to each sector to dock out very specific repairs. On top of that, We also have crews that are dedicated to going to fix the knockdowns or the failures that happen in between, which is happening all too frequently. So we are making progress, and that's the approach. Focus on the neighborhoods first, focus on the longer string of lights that are out, have dedicated crews doing underground cabling to repair the long strings, and then get back to the main thoroughfares where we have to fix. I know, for instance, Sam Cooper has an area where there's several lights out, but the other side of the street's illuminated. It's kind of a highway, so that can wait. The neighborhoods can't wait because they only have a few in their neighborhood. So hopefully that's consistent with what your expectations are, and that's the direction we're continuing to drive, unless and until you think there's a different methodology, but that's how we're going to focus.
Okay, that's what my concern was, the neighborhoods and those business quarters that
absolutely.
are, commerce quarters in the
I
neighborhoods.
mean, that's what I mean by
appreciate that.
neighborhoods.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely, neighborhoods and business corridors, yes, ma'am.
The lease lights, the lights because there
Yes.
are a number of lights that are leased around the
There are 40,000 of
city,
them.
and not all of those are being upgraded. So the people that are leasing them have a choice whether they want to or not.
So let's talk about, we did street lights first, and then we did phase 2, which is let's make sure all the street lights work after we do all this. Phase 3 is the leased outdoor lights. Now, we did 79,000 street lights. There are 40,000 leased outdoor lights, so that's a huge project. And remember, the street lights are paid by every constituent. The leased outdoor lights are paid by that person. So we have several proposals that are coming to us from different companies to help us figure out how can we make the leased outdoor light feasible to replace them all either over time or all at once. I don't have those proposals to me yet, but I don't have a formal plan for converting them all, whether I wait till they burn out and replace them or I just choose to replace them all at once. Alonzo and I will be receiving proposals from our current contractor. Other folks have brought us solutions so that we can bring you a plan to get all the leased outdoor lights changed out. But that's a different funding model, not contained in what we have right now.
Okay, that would be
That's like a
funding
phase
model
3.
for them. They're responsible for that. What about the ones that are vacant structures, like lights that?
So if nobody's there paying the,
Well, nobody's there, it's gonna be dark because the lights are out, but it's dark in the community, it's dark in the neighborhood, it's dark where those businesses are, not.
well, if it's a street light that's necessary there, we can do a light study along the street and determine if another street light is necessary.
Okay.
If there's a leased outdoor light, like somebody has a big parcel and you want a light in the middle of that, somebody's gonna have to pay for that, so.
No, I mean, if there's a leased light at a business that's no longer in business or that's vacant now, they went out of business or, but they have leased lights that help to illuminate their space, which in turns the neighborhood,
If it's being paid for, then we will replace the light and with a new light if it's burned out. But it just needs to be reported to us that leased outdoor light is out.
It has to have a customer. There has to be a customer.
It has to be somebody, because customer pays for the leased outdoor light, there has to be a customer there, and that's why I'm saying somebody would have to stand in as the customer willing to pay for that.
until then, it's just dark.
Well, if we assume ownership, we're assuming ownership. That starts us down the line of owning all the leased outdoor lights. So that's a conversation we can have. There's a number of ways to do this, but
And you're gonna bring that
but I
back.
certainly understand your concern.
When you get the quote to own leased lights, you'll bring those
Sure.
recommendations for options.
Because we'll have to spend money to do that, and you guys have to approve our expenditure of funding to do that. So
But
yes, ma'am.
we have to look at it one way or the other. 'Cause
Absolutely.
If they all 40 go out,
Well, that's where I came back to. Phase 1 was let's convert the streetlights. Phase 2, let's make sure we get everything working in the high mass and underpass. And at that time, I called that phase 3 for leased outdoor lights, which we have to dig into. So phase 3 is your leased outdoor light plan.
Okay, thank you for the information, I appreciate it.
Yep, thank you, Councilwoman. All right, so it sounded like the question was, could you assume ownership of those leased lights? Just to clarify. I mean, you said we'll get back.
We can do anything, yeah.
Sure.
We can do anything, but it's a function of whether we can afford it.
Real quick, we got Councilman Warren in the queue and then Councilman Forbert real quick. So I just wanted to clarify that because I don't think Councilman Warren's mic was on. So we got the follow-up for Councilwoman Swearinger Washington, and then y'all will follow up. He may get his question answered now, but go ahead, Councilman Warren.
Just quickly, I think on the taking ownership, I think maybe if there's a process by where there's dangerous areas, that taking ownership may be beneficial to public health, that we may get a process in phase 3 to address that or think about it if possible. Thank you.
That's something I had not
Great job.
contemplated, but thank you. We'll put that into the mix and figure out how we might be able to, because we understand the intent to fix blight to make sure the city's safer. That's the whole idea here. So we'll put it in and figure out what we need to do to maybe help out in some way in partnership with the city or whatever.
Let's commit to explore that. We'll figure something out.
We will.
Councilman Warren, you got all these great questions today. Councilman Ford.
I'm complaining. My church,
Mm-hmm.
you may remember I called you.
Yep, we had some lines that were pulled away from the church at some
And
point.
they've knocked down the pole.
Again?
Well, no, during that time.
Oh, yes, sir.
There was one of our light was on that pole, and the light was sitting right there on the ground. They never put that light back up, okay?
Okay, well, I'm sorry. We'll get that back up.
My church has been broken in 2 more times, okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll get that light back up. I'm sorry, I didn't know that light was on there, so we'll take care of it.
It was sitting right there. They knocked all of it, but that was a light, a main light, okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
We'll take care of it.
Thank you, Councilman.
And
President.
the reason why I'm saying that, we pay for it, the church pay for it. We got a very small church. I need y'all to go back and when the lights were out because it wasn't on, none of them. We got 3 of them. So they've been paying. So I don't think they need to pay something that wasn't on,
We got you.
okay?
We got you.
Yeah. I won't talk about my place.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Because I got lights too.
Yes, sir. All right, thank you, Councilman. All right, no more questions for item number 2. All right, moving on to item number 3.
Okay, Mr.
MLGW's
Chair.
way forward closeout reliability.
Okay, there's no decision here. I'd just like to share information with you, and I think this is good news for what this council has done, what prior council has done. So this is an infrastructure update, and you'll recall, those of you that were on the council from about 2020 to 23 or so, the Way Forward Plan, which is our infrastructure improvement. So I'm going to talk to you about that. In 2019, that was introduced. There was a study that said you have got to make investments in your infrastructure, and it formed the plan that was called the Way Forward. And it was to align us with industry standards and, most of all, improve our electric reliability and the reliability of all of the services and replace outdated infrastructure. So what I like to call this is we did the Way Forward over 5 years, and we kept the commitments that we gave to you during that period of time. One of the key things that the study said is that we had to trim trees, and as you all know, our 5-year target was to get to 7,000 miles. We did not make that 5-year target of 7,000 miles, largely because our contractor for several years did not meet the requirements. We've changed all that, and we have 3 new contractors. We are well ahead of the pace where we need to do to get back on and so tree trimming is a great news story for us now. Though we missed the goal, we exceeded our 2024 goal for tree trimming, and we are well on pace for 2025. I will tell you the number there is a little outdated. It says we're 50% complete as of the 1st of January. We're 67% complete as of today, and we're not even supposed to be 50% complete till the 1st of March. So we're well ahead of pace. And you'll see that shows we're ahead too. This is the chart that is the one that tells the story. There's 27 years of not meeting the goal. The red line is the goal. And then in 2024, we far outpaced the goal. So I think you guys have heard that story. We hit a 28-year high, and you'll see the impact of that shortly. We had a goal to replace 20 transformers in 5 years, 60 circuit breakers in 5 years, and we did a number of poles in 5 years. We've exceeded the number of we met the transformer goal, we exceeded the circuit breaker goal, we exceeded our pace of pole replacement, and we actually exceeded the goal for underground cable replacement. That is a heck of a lot of work and a lot of funding that went to doing all of that. And here are the locations. You can see where we did a substation transformer or substation circuit breaker. They're in every council district. This is a map of where all the pole replacements happen. They're in every council district and all over the county. This is a map that shows where we did underground cable replacement. I'm not sure why it just stopped. Oh, there it is. And it's in every council district and around the county. We also had a modernization, grid modernization, distribution automation. We had a goal during the Way Forward plan to do 1,100. We did not make that goal because we purposely stopped while we figured out what our communication strategy was going to be. But I would be unfair if I didn't say we missed the goal. We missed the goal. But we are going to make that up in the next phase and be on target for our original 2029 grid modernization program. So that's not slowing us down. But you will see every green dot on here is where we've put a new distribution automation device. Those are the things that help us reroute power eventually when we get the new system in around breaks that we have in the system. So we are deploying these and we're doing about 200 a year. So you'll see us where we go. Here's the upshot of all of that. I realize it's a busy slide, but all I will say is that these are the reliability metrics. And because of the investments we made in the way forward and the tree trimming, it's the best reliability that we've had in 6 years at Memphis Light Gas and Water. We are not at our goal yet, but if you look at the charts, the customer minutes interrupted is down. The number of customers that had 3 or more outages is down. The number of that had more than a 10-hour outage is down. The system availability is in the upper right. Many times people say the lights are out all the time. I asked someone yesterday, how often do you think the power's on? They said 80% of the time. I was like, wow. But it's 99. Last year it was 99.94% of the time. As of this point this month, it's 99.97% of the time, and that's a really high performance percentage. Our goal is to be at 99.96, so we're not where we want to be, but we are improving. So the last thing I'll say on this slide is that 6 of the 7 metrics are the best of the last 6 years. 3 of them are best since 2016, and all of this is because we're replacing outdated infrastructure before it breaks, and we're trimming a lot of trees. That's the key. So our gas system, we also made big investments in. We committed to doing cast iron retrofits and steel tap couplings, and as well as gas transmission and regulator stations. We met our goal for retrofit. We exceeded the goal for steel tap couplings. We met the goal for regulator stations. We did not meet the goal for the gas transmission pipeline. The last council meeting I was here, you approved us to spend $28 million to do the extra high pressure gas pipeline. That's from Gill to Weaver. That's the remaining balance. So we're going to finish that in 2025. Councilman Ford's district will be down there, I think this week or next week, talking to the community about that project. And it's going to be great for our community. This is where the steel tap couplings happened, all over the city. Now water, we also had to improve our water system. We committed to doing 15 new wells, 9 new digital process controllers, and 5,000 lead service lines, as well as 10 variable frequency drives. That's all the key components of the water system. We exceeded the goal for number of new wells. We did 15 instead of 14. We met our goal for digital process controllers. We exceeded the goal for lead service lines, and we met the goal for variable frequency drive. So when I said that this is where those are located, those are our pumping stations. If you want to see a heat map of where we replace lead service lines, because it's impossible to put 5,000 on there, but this is where the proximity is. It's right where you think it is in the oldest parts of South Memphis, North Memphis, Midtown, those kind of areas. So that is what we did for the last 5 years. What we are doing going forward, as I mentioned to you, this is the new way of doing business. It's replacing outdated infrastructure before it fails. Because when it fails, that means somebody loses something, and we don't want that to happen. So this is our target. You'll see what we did the last 5 years on the left, what we propose to do each year for the next 5 years on the right. We made significant strides in the electric system, and so we have to do fewer transformers and fewer circuit breakers going forward because now we're just trying to keep the age at a reasonable level. We are improving and increasing the number of poles that we have to replace because those things need to be replaced more frequently. Continuing the underground cable replacement at a higher pace. And then one of the facilities things you'll see me brief you on is that we have central shops on Beale Street. It's 126 years old. It's crowded, it's outdated. We can't really do the work we need there. We're going to expand the North Service Center and relocate things there during this period of time. We're also going to continue doing that grid modernization with those automation switches, our communications network, and the famous ADMS, Advanced Distribution Management System I talked to you about, which is the G-Whiz system that reroutes power around breaks so that many more customers do not lose power and it actually restores power quicker. I also want you to know that we're looking to the future. On the left chart, if you look at that, that's an indication of our substations, and if they're loaded. If it's a tan, there's plenty of capacity at that substation, which is numbered on there. If it's yellow or if it's green, that means we have an acceptable amount of loading. Yellow and orange, it's getting pretty high. Red means it's loaded very heavily, and that means you can't add much more load in that area. On the right is our plan. This is the plan for improving substations and what happens to the loading when you make that plan happen. And you see that we eliminate all of the red, nearly, and everything goes back to tan or green, which means this community has capacity to grow, and we can add new customers into our system because we are keeping up with the pace of our ability to distribute power. The issue with you'll see sub 2 and sub 4 downtown. That is because it's very congested. Alonzo's the expert in this, but we have a plan as St. Jude is doing their expansion that might help reduce some of that as well. It's just that sub 4, the one we just talked about, it's a very small number there. It is so constrained and so hard to bring power to that's difficult. So we're working on the plan for that, but we're not ignoring that. So we have to fix those two things. And as St. Jude expands, I think, Alonzo, it's going to take sub 2 probably. And
yes, as St. Jude expands, they'll be coming off of a substation that's more toward the Mallory pumping station, which I believe is 76.
Yep.
So they'll be taking some of the power from that station. But our plan is to site another substation in that area. We're having some active discussions with various property owners in that area. So we want to put in another substation, which means we didn't have to get a transmission route for that substation. So it's in our plan. It's in our plan to develop that area. We know that St. Jude has a lot of interest in expansion, and we want to support that.
And we're working very closely with them right now. So it's changing as we speak because their plans have grown dramatically, and so next time I update you, I anticipate this will be changed.
So 4 years.
This is a 10-year plan for us this is through 2029, excuse me. So for a 5-year plan right now. Well, we do have a 10-year look in the future. Interesting, down in the bottom right, sub 83 is a brand new one in Collierville. That's coming online in the next few months.
Yes, in the next, probably at the end of the month, we'll energize the transmission, and then we'll start bringing the substation online probably in March.
So you can see all that, we're at 66 and 79 or so red on the left. As soon as sub 83 comes online, that reduces all that load because they've had so much residential growth out there. So meeting the demand. The next is about the gas infrastructure. We're going to continue. We'll do that 5.3 miles that we talked about. We'll continue with steel tap coupling. That's a reliability issue. Regulator stations, ground bed replacements, and then part of what we talked about is those of you who've been out to our system operations facility, we're going to need to build a new system operations center to host all of that advanced distribution management. SCADA is the neural network of all of your systems, and so we have to make sure we have one that is adequate to the task as we move into the future. And so you'll hear more about that in the coming years.
Quick comment, Councilman Carlisle joined us, and then I'll do another plug. Council members, spend 4 hours if you can, go tour SCADA.
Yes, Council.
You know what? We got Dr. Warren in the queue.
Just a
while we
question,
pause.
you said you were going to build another thing. What about the property that we looked at earlier for that? It seemed like it was already built.
I will bring you a recommendation, Dr. Warren. We are, when I say I need a new system operations facility, so I'm going to bring you options, what it would take for me to build a brand new one or acquire one wherever that happens to be, and there will be a cost differential there. I'll bring it to you for your guidance on the direction we should go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead, President.
Okay, so, and then the next big one is we're renewing the Allen pumping station. That's about $80 million upgrade to Allen, which is going to give us some additional years, another 100 years of service. So I went through that relatively quickly, but all of this is baked into our budget. It's baked into our forecast going forward. And so this represents, in addition to doing preventative maintenance, tree trimming, reinvesting in our infrastructure, which is what we're supposed to be doing to keep reliability high and to prevent things from waiting for things to break before we fix them. And so, subject to your questions, I wanted to share this good news. The investments we're making are yielding positive results. I hope your constituents are feeling the improved reliability of our systems because of these investments, and that's how And that's what we are seeking. Everything should just work, and they should not have to worry about us. They can live a life of comfort and convenience.
Yep. All right, thank you, President McGowan. I'll share this real quick. I went to Costco over the weekend, and I didn't buy any flashlights. I was like, you know what? And I say that, and I'm probably going to have something happen here. But you know, but yeah, like I was like, I bet flashlight sales are down. Seriously, thank you. Good job. All right. We got Councilwoman swearing to Washington, and then Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to share for the constituents that are listening that we're excited. We're going to have a community meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
In Orange Mound on the 27th at 6 o'clock, and that the call center will be available. And the last time when some of the constituents came, they shared some of their concerns, and by the time they had gotten home, the issues had already been resolved. So we're really excited about that meeting on the 27th at 6 o'clock. Thank you, at Orange Mound.
We're putting $22 million of improvements into Orange Mound to improve their electric reliability. So we're very pleased to do
I'm
that.
so excited because I don't get all those phone calls and emails. So
Yes,
thank
ma'am.
you.
Awesome, thank you. We got Councilwoman Carlisle, and then we have Vice Chair Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Real quick on a personal note, I just want to thank Timothy and his team for helping me sort something out with my grandmother who has severe or Parkinson's rather, and it's been kind of those things are always like a thing. So they were very responsive, and I just really appreciate that on a personal note. Thank you, as always, and to Miss Angela. And on that note, I think in the next month or so, when the time is right on the agenda, I know we're going to start to get into budget season, and maybe we can do it after budget, but I know that there's been a lot of talk about infrastructure and hard infrastructure, but I'd really like to hear about some of the initiatives that have gone on in the workforce development. You know, that's been one of the biggest pieces that I think hasn't been appreciated. Where you guys are transformationally, I think that that's important because it's everything from the XAI, economic development side and engineering and design, all the way to customer service and then the internal growth. And I know that Timothy and his team have been working on a lot of things. When you go back and look at the, not the HDR report, but the other one.
Baker Tilly.
Yeah, the Baker Tilly report. A lot of it talked about how do we build a platform for growth for employees and training and getting that institutional knowledge passed on and opportunity. So I'd love to get a people update at some point. I want you guys to take the time that you need to put that together because I think it's important. And obviously they're a massive employer for us as well. So I'd love to hear how we're doing there.
Yes, sir.
All right, noted. Thank you, Councilman. Vice Chair Walker, close us out.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all for coming today. President McGowan, in your final comments just a couple of minutes ago, when you were speaking about Allen, did you say 90 years old or for the next 90 years? What was that?
Well, some of our pumping stations have been operating since 1929. So when we build these things, we build them to be 50 to 100 years. And so they're built very durably. They're meant to last a long time. We're upgrading Allen because it has some necessary components that need to be upgraded. So Allen is not that old, Alonzo. That is, anybody recall, 1953. So it's 71 years old, 72 years old. So these are long assets that we make huge investments in. And this will be a brand new facility. It should serve us for another 7,500 years.
And so moving forward, Allen will be just used for what?
Oh, Allen Pumping Station. This is a water treatment plant that is being designed. Our typical water treatment plants take water from wells, they filter the water, they treat the water, they push the water out through pumps into the system to provide water to our constituents. They typically are built to between 30 and 35 million gallons of production per day. They don't often operate at that level. We're building Allen with the ability to actually go higher than that if we add some other components, should the demand be there in the future. Today it's at 35, is that right, the design? 35 to, and I think we're going to be, with some of the components, we could go as high as 40 in the future should we need to, but we're building with a future in mind. But this is all about providing the cleanest water in the nation to our customers.
We're replacing an existing water pumping station.
Yes, ma'am.
So there's a water pumping station called Allen Pumping Station that's in the Dyson area near Southside, old Southside High School.
I'm familiar with the area.
Building on the same site,
So
actually.
it'll actually be on the same site.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I yield the floor.
All right, thank you all. Just for the record, we're going to start on time, Budget Chair Carlisle promised me we're going to start at 1. MLGW team
p.m. Tuesday, February 18th, and I hereby call to order the Budget Committee of the Memphis City Council. Ms. Mauricio, would you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Green. Present. Chair Carlisle.
Present. Chair observes quorum. Councilwoman Green, we have, I believe, 3 items on today's agenda. Item number 1 is a discussion of a resolution for fiscal year 2025 second quarter budget adjustment to adjust expenditures for unanticipated circumstances, all council districts, sponsored by the administration. Mr. Chief Financial Officer, floor is yours.
Thank you, Budget Chairman. Walter Person, CFO, 125 North Main. I'd like, if I may, to combine number 1 and number 2 because they're actually listed on the same document. And for number 1, we're speaking primarily of funding the Juneteenth holiday that inadvertently was missed during the formal budget process for FY25. And we wanted to take a step back. It's going to be about $1.4 million. And of course, that covers a lot of our association groups' scheduled day off costs to afford that. And we're requesting that come from unassigned fund balance.
Yeah, Councilwoman Green. Please let the record show that Councilwoman Walker is present. Councilwoman Green, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And since we're talking about both issues, both resolutions, I just wanted it noted that I did have a lengthy meeting yesterday with MATA's leadership and with both Transpo folks who are now interim CEOs and CFOs and all of that, and then also with members of the board, the chair of the board and others. And I found it really helpful, and I would like to encourage my other council members to do that. They gave me a really great breakdown of what the spend is right now and what this allocation would go forward and how that could help us get, hopefully, to the end of budget year, depending on federal grants. And I know we're all like just holding our breath and crossing our fingers and toes and whatever else for what's happening in Washington. But it was very insightful to me, and we talked about some places where we could get some more clarity and a little bit more transparency, but it is really the last piece, I think, and to get us through this year and to be able to keep services running. We've talked about some difference in operations and how we might manage through that. But anyway, I found it very enlightening, and I would really encourage the other members to do that. And it cleared up a lot of my questions. The other question I had on this was the budget neutral for the 610 for youth services. Did either you or CA Adams know if this includes the 200,000 for micro transit for mental health? Because I know we've had some hangups there.
The 610,000 was part of the mayoral initiatives. When we passed it, it was part of a larger pool. Now, in terms of whether some of it's allocated for microtransit, I cannot speak to that at the moment.
Councilwoman will get that answer for you directly with respect to that. But as Chief Person said, this is a part of that larger initiative pool. And so what we're doing is just moving it from one line into youth services. But we'll get the answer for you by close of business today.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further, Chair.
Thank you. Councilman Walker, any questions or comments? No. All right. Yes, ma'am. I think we've had most of our internal dialogue. I think the issue for not the issue, I think the question and response that I would like to have on the record is that is twofold. One is what is the current status of the PwC audit, and when do we anticipate having what I would call an initial draft findings? And then the follow-up to that would be, if you now are looking back, we're at a run rate of roughly $5 million a month, which would annualize out at roughly $60 million a year. Our typical grant has been $30 million. I will come in to happily meet with TransPro now that everybody's kind of situated and feet on the ground, and we kind of have an idea where we're at. Because as we talk about the run rate and we talk about assets and liabilities, long-term liabilities. I want to know what the horizon for me looks like while my checkbook is wide open for the time being. And I'm happy to have that. I'm happy for you guys to go and find those answers, and you can send me in writing, or we can come and sit down if you want to, take some time to gather that stuff. And then I'm happy to set up a meeting, obviously myself and anybody from the administration, but directly with the TransPro team and whoever. I know the board has been wanting to meet, but no offense to the board, there's a lot of great talent on there. But now that TransPro is the interim CEO team, that's who I want to talk to, like Councilwoman Green. Transportation is incredibly important to any municipal city. We all know that. The structure of MATA has been here since before I was born, and it's kind of just always been the way. And I think what I've seen over the last 5 to 10 years in Memphis is the way has got to change. And the question is how and why. And I know I'm sounding kind of preachy and lectury, but there is so much work to be done in such little time. And I know that I'm just preaching to the choir for you two in particular, but really just as I just kind of just reflect on this morning and the last few years and what we have to do and how little time we have to do it, like the urgency for us is so significant. Like we cannot get distracted and must be laser focused, especially going into the budget year and going into these next few years. Like we have a huge opportunity. And God willing, hopefully the economy will turn around and interest rates will come down and cost of goods will come down. Those impact us like anybody else. So those are my kind of very, very, very general comments. But starting to get very salient, specific answers on what the game plan is going to be going into the summer, and then what the long-term plan is going to be, and that's going to be understanding our liability structure are very important to me. And then I guess we'll build from there. So,
Chair.
Yeah.
I will just say that a lot of that was illuminated for me in this meeting, at least for, again, through the end of the year. And it was both operational and financial. There is, of course, like we've talked about, some looking back that is harder, and they're still like uncovering all of that. But it was very clear to me, as you said, this has been here our whole lives. This problem has been around for a while. And so it is a big issue that's been long-term. And I point blank said, is this salvageable? It's like, is this worth the effort? Is this something that, you've been in other cities, TransPro's done this in other places. Sometimes you just like cut bait. And they said, no, I really, truly think if we make these changes and this changes and we're able to infuse this amount of funds, then we can do X, Y, and Z and save the system. And so I was really straightforward, I felt like, with you, because I've had those same frustrations, and it's felt very opaque up here. We haven't gotten a lot of details, but we really did dive down into a lot of details yesterday for over an hour. So I would encourage you to do it, because I think it will illuminate, or maybe we have them come and present too. That would be great.
Yeah, I mean, I think continual updates will be helpful. The biggest thing is like you said, each members have to go, and we all have to go sit down and have that conversation. I've just yet to do it, mainly just to let them get in, but I'm absolutely going to now. I appreciate that, and I appreciate your comments. All right, moving on to item number 3. Please let the record show that I've got Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, Councilman Warren, and Councilman Ford present as well. Item number 3, thank you, gentlemen. Because this is already on the agenda, the motions and all that, the amended resolution will happen from the floor this evening. So, or maybe even executive if there, but technically it's going to happen at the floor. So that's items 1 and 2. So moving on to item number 3, an ordinance to amend Title 9, Chapter 16, Health and Sanitation of the City of Memphis Code of Ordinances relative to the assessment of fees to property owners with an abandoned or vacant property or properties within the City of Memphis limits, all council districts, sponsored by Councilwoman Green. Thanks for the title.
Written by a lawyer, or 3.
Do I have a motion and a second to hear this? Moved by Councilman Warren, seconded by Councilwoman Green.
Chair, thank you. So, as I've been in this seat and even running for it, I've watched public issues and focus change. There was a lot of issues on MLGW, and I think we've made some significant changes there. There was a lot of concerns around crime, and I think we've made some significant changes there. And what I'm hearing a lot out in the community and in my meetings now is around blight. And I see that. And so this ordinance, this is first reading. I think there's probably going to be multiple amendments. I think Attorney Gibson wants to chime in. I think Attorney Wade still has a few tweaks, but I wanted to get this in before budget, get it rolling on the readings before budget. The idea is this: we have a lot of vacant and abandoned properties. There are over 10,000 that we can identify through MLGW records that have not had their service turned on for at least 6 months. And more often than not, they soak up city resources. But because they don't have an MLGW bill, we don't have any way to put any charges to recoup our cost, right? There's no sewage fee, there's no solid waste fee. But we're still sending people out to pick up tires and to mow grass and to send code and to send police officers when there's vagrants or to send fire if a meth lab blows up. Like, it's a drain on city resources and we have no way to attack it. And some of that also comes from the fact that there are absentee landlords, right? So even when we try to go after people, they have a P.O. box in Florida and we can't get a hold of whoever the landlord is to get their attention, even if we were to violate them and send them into environmental court. So this is an idea that I came up with. It's a separate bill that would go in with your property tax. It would be $300 a year. And that fee would help us recoup some of those various costs that we have. I did put a provision in there for the first $200,000 that we collect to go to the environmental court program that assists our senior citizens who might have a blighted property but can't afford to have it mowed or something cut down or something, an old building structure taken away. They might not have the funds to do it. So I understand that is an issue, and I know we have a program that we've contributed to in the past. We got a report back. They'd helped over 30 different owners with various properties. I would like to continue to support that program. And that's not really the general focus of this. This is really blighted and abandoned properties and how we can get the costs that we're spending as a city. I think if you go North Memphis, South Memphis, if you're in Hickory Hill or Whitehaven, if you're in East Memphis, if you're downtown, people are tired of Memphis looking trashy and they are tired of people not taking care of their property. And this is just one way where we can encourage development. We can encourage people to take care of their properties, and we as a city can get what's rightfully ours, which is the repayment for the services we're rendering. So that's the idea behind the ordinance. Like I said, I hope everybody reads it in detail. There is a lot of legalese. Sorry, it's a lot of lawyers involved in it. But I would love to get the support of all the council because I think it's something that can make all of Memphis better. And I know there will be amendments and adjustments. Please bring them to me, to my staff, or to Attorney Wade so that we can incorporate your thoughts as we go through this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Green. Please let the record show that we've got Councilman Spinoza and Councilwoman White present as well. I appreciate this. I think what I'd say generally on behalf of the Budget Committee, and I think the majority, if not the entire body, is that I think there's more legislative will and administrative will to tackle blight, affordable housing, transportation, and economic development than ever before that I can recall. I mean, obviously 5 years ain't that long compared to some of people's tenures around here, but it seems like the alignment is there. So I really appreciate you putting the ideas forward in order to move the needle. I think a lot of times it's like, hey, look, everyone wants it to be perfect or we talk about it. And so just to take the time to put something out there and say, these are my thoughts and let's get the ball rolling. I genuinely appreciate that. And I look forward to diving in and working on it because yeah, no, but again, you have to put something out there to start it, right? To start the conversation. I think we've talked a lot around it. We've had a task force, we've had some administrative led ideas, but the council controls the ordinances and controls the direction, and the administration administers that. And so this just gets the ball rolling. So with that, are there any members that would like to speak to this? There is no request to send this down for consent. This will take the ordinary course, I believe. Thank you, sponsor. Any questions or comments on this ordinance? Yes, let's see, Councilwoman White.
I was just going to say that I always appreciate Councilwoman Green's initiative and thoughtfulness in trying to make sure that we create different revenues. I'm gonna get with you and work with you on this too. This is something I'm very passionate about, and see how we can make it like more comprehensive in terms of our blight initiatives and make it work. But I agree with Chairman Carlisle on the fact that you got to start getting the ball rolling. So thank you for bringing this, and I look forward to working with you on it.
I've got Councilwoman Cooper Sutton and then Councilman Warren.
Is there a time limit on what I can say? Because I want to be respectful to the body and the diocese. I don't want the mic cut off, so I just want to make sure.
No, ma'am, nobody's made a motion to set a time limit. It's at the discretion of the chair.
Thank you. I just want to make a point of information because I walked in on the last part of it. And we just got this ordinance put on here, so I've been in the back looking at some other things. So I just want to make sure, a point of information. So we're going to...
yes, ma'am, what's your point of information?
My point of information is, this ordinance that's coming for blight, are we planning on putting something on the people's back, taxing them again, adding a fee to them again? I just want to make sure, because I don't want to misinterpret anything or misinformation. I'm just trying to get some clarity.
So yes, sir.
The burden, the intended burden is going to be directed at people that own blighted properties. They should not be getting a pass from us. We should be vigorously trying to eradicate those blighted properties in your neighborhood, in my neighborhood, and in every neighborhood. And this is something that I think the council should get behind. So we're not talking about putting a fee on every human being in the city of Memphis. We're going to be surgical and try to direct it to people who have blighted properties, and either they're going to repair, demolish, use it, or lose it. We're going to be aggressive about it. So that's basically what the focus is going to be.
Thank you, Attorney Wright. I just needed some clarification on, because I walked in late. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilman Warren.
Yeah, I just was going to tell Councilwoman Green and Councilwoman White, I will not be adding my legal expertise to help you with this. So thank you for doing it.
All right, colleagues. Seeing no other members in the queue, no other comments, there was a motion to send this down with a favorable recommendation for first reading at the next regularly scheduled city council meeting. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, same rights and privileges. Seeing none, this is passed. Favorable recommendation by acclamation. Is there any other
of the Planning and Zoning Committee of the Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Ms. Golden, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Present. Councilman Ford. Present. Councilwoman Green. Present. Councilwoman Walker. Present. Councilwoman White. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Present. Councilman Warren. Present. Chair Swearingen Washington.
Present. Let the record show that Councilman Smiley has arrived. We will begin with a resolution approving an honorary street name change for Mario Bradley, District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas. There is a request for same night minutes. Can I get a motion and a second? It has been moved by Councilman Ford. It has been properly seconded by Councilwoman Green. Would any council members like to be recognized on this item? Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas, you are recognized at this time.
Thank you, Chair and Vice Chair. So you all, this is a resolution requesting an honorary street name for Mario Bradley, or affectionately known in Fraser and across the city is Grove Hero. I met, and he'll be coming in March if this is approved by us for our next meeting in full council for a more flavorful affair. But I met him through some community events. He had a fish food truck at Pastor Ricky Floyd's church one day, and kept up with him and what he's doing in the community. Now, I would say we both would say, to my apprehension, bless you, I went out to where he wanted me to meet him in Fraser, one of the houses that he was renovating. And so we stood there for about 3 hours and talked about all the homes that he had got, all the neighbors that he was able to put up in these homes, some for free, some for reduced pricing, the goal that he was looking at and how he was trying to put money out to the kids to decrease violence and give them jobs throughout the year. And we talked about legacy. And so one thing that he was talking about was about how the children of the neighborhood and his own child looked to him as a great example and a model that they may not see too many of in Fraser. And so we talked about, you know, he didn't say, well, yeah, can the city give me this, city give me this? He said, well, a lot of astute leaders and pastors in the community get streets. How can I have a street to also promote the legacy and the good things I'm doing in Fraser? And so I know that I think all of mine have been like historical figures and pastors, but I think this is a honorable notion to be able to do for a member of the Fraser and District 7 community. We put it on here for same night minutes because of our meeting dates and because of the date that we want to do the ceremony, which is March 22nd, which is a Saturday. So with that, I guess I don't have to move, Ford already moved it, but I hope I can get your vote on this. He'll be here on the March 18th meeting to hear more from him. If you want to follow him on social media and get a good kiki, that's Grove Hero on Instagram. But great, phenomenal person and really is giving back and doing so much good for the community.
Thank you. All in favor in sending this item downstairs to full council with a positive recommendation, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it.
call the roll.
Councilman Carlisle. Here. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Present. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Green. Present. Councilwoman Logan. Present. Councilwoman Spinoza. Vice Chairwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Smiley. Councilwoman Walker. Councilman Warren. Present. Councilwoman White. Present. And Councilwoman Cooper Sutton and Walker are walking in.
Thank you, Ms. Hyman. Chair observes quorum. Colleagues, we have 5 items on the agenda today. First item, an update on the status of 311 all council districts requested by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Anybody from if you'd give us your name and title for the record, and then you may proceed.
Right. Good afternoon, council members. Karen Goss, Special Assistant to Mayor Young for Neighborhood Concerns. All right. So I am here today to talk about 311 status updates. I do want to thank Councilwoman Cooper Sutton for reaching out to me and asking me to do this presentation with you all. I think it's important that as we get started, we just kind of talk through just our overall org structure and where we are. So I have assumed this role as of November of last year, and so happy to be here. But have also noticed a lot of things within the 311 org structure that I'm excited about as we move forward. And so one of the things being our org structure. Historically, my position worked exclusively with the mayor's office. However, after an overview and just thinking through efficiencies and processes, it does make more sense to me, so to speak, that I be embedded within the 311 org. And so here is a just overall depiction of kind of where we are moving forward as a department. Overall, we're made up of a team of about 17 positions, including myself. And I do currently have 2 positions that are pending. One is our Neighborhood Resource Coordinator position, which I'll speak more about that in the next slide. And then I also have a full-time 311 call agent position as well. So one of the things that I am eager and excited about in this role is just some of the priorities that I think are important as we move forward. One of my focuses is around personnel. I am working to increase our Neighborhood Resource Coordinator position. So right now with that role, that position attends a lot of the PJA, Partnership Joint Agency, meetings across the city. There is currently 1 person in that role, and so thanks to Melanie Neal with Neighborhood Improvements, that pending role that I have, she has been gracious enough to let me borrow that role so that way we can build capacity and get more folks or get an additional person out in the community. Another thing I am working on is just ensuring that our staff, specifically in the call center, are paid at a wage that is competitive. I think it's important that we evaluate to ensure that we are able to retain and recruit good talent. We know employees can go anywhere, and so I think just ensuring that the team is paid at a fair wage across based off what other organizations that have call centers are paid is important. And then last but not least, my least favorite one, but I'm at the acceptance phase of acknowledging that Miss Carolyn Malone, who is our 311 manager right now, she is retiring at the end of the fiscal year. And so I believe it is important that while she is still here, I get the ball rolling on identifying a replacement for her because we know those are big shoes to fill. Another priority is around citizen education and outreach. One of the things that I plan to work with our communications office on is just creating an educational series. I've deemed it as What's the 311, but I will wait to get the buy-in from comms on if that's a catchy name or not. But the intent and goal around that at least starting right now, is just to begin to produce literature in which we are able to educate residents about 311 services, City of Memphis services, et cetera. I would also like to see us begin to just incorporate in the mayor's weekly newsletters, just little fun facts, snippets about 311, did you know, that kind of thing. So all that is engulfed in the What's the 311 experience. And then the other piece is developing that 311 on the go model. Like I stated, our resource coordinator position primarily is within or attends PJAs. However, I am looking to beef up that role. I really want to see that position out and about in the community, whether that's town halls, resource fairs, etc. I would really love for us to get to a point where we can take 311 service requests at these events, or neighbors or residents can get status updates on site while they are there. The other priority is just around professional development. Again, we have an amazing team in our call agents, but I do think it's important that we just continue to ensure that we are offering quality service, specifically around customer service. I tell people all the time, 311 is, the front-facing department, so to speak, of government, in which the information comes through our department and then funnels to the divisions. And so I do think it's important that we are offering quality customer service to residents as they call in. And then last but not least, which I heard this come up quite often today, it's just around the systems and process improvements. So essentially determining with our current 311 system, do we update it or replace it? All right, so at a high level, this is just currently what our current ticket system process looks like. As you all know, there are 3 ways residents can report a ticket. That is by either calling the service center, they can submit a ticket online through the C-Click Fix website, or using the mobile app. From there, the ticket is then routed to the appropriate department to address, and then once that is addressed, the ticket is closed. And so where we're seeing some of the challenges is definitely in between that creation and routing process and then routing and closed ticket process. So definitely there are challenges, but I also think it's room for improvement. And again, just current challenges with the system. First is just the system performance within itself. Sometimes we see and have been informed that tickets don't always route to the departments as they are collected. We also have some issues around ticket reporting, in which some of this is related to human error, in which an internal person may accidentally close a ticket, though it has not been worked, or a resident may submit a ticket under the wrong category. But then there's also challenges with the system as well as it relates to ticket reporting, in the sense where we've had some cases in which tickets are reopened after being closed, causing some confusion amongst departments. We also see challenges with just our system integration with other work order management systems. And so what that means is, as you all know, there are a lot of departments that utilize 311 to do their day-to-day operations. But some of these departments also utilize different systems that do not talk or integrate with the current 311 system. And so there we see those challenges of just ticket statuses, what's going on with the ticket, et cetera. And then the one that I know you all experience the most is just hearing residents talk about the poor system and just unsatisfactory customer experience. And so next steps, again, we acknowledge and realize that something has to be done. I have already started having conversations with IT in which they will begin the process of just doing the research to identify enterprises that are already built out off the shelf that we can purchase to replace our system. Within this process, the intent is also to ensure that we are working with the divisions to assess their needs as well. It is important that whatever system we migrate to, it is one that works well with all the departments. I think it is also important to include that community aspect as we approach this process. And so one of the things that I am intentional about is that, you know, once we get to the point where we've identified a system that we believe might be viable, we are incorporating the voices of our residents, specifically those residents who are frequent users of 311. So that way we can take that information back and ensure that we're being thoughtful about the investment we're about to make. And then, of course, we will continue to ensure that we have ongoing engagement with the divisions to ensure that whatever system we use or migrate to, we are also ensuring that our processes internally are updated if need be, so that way the system is functioning properly. And so with that, I will stop.
Thank you, Ms. Goss. Colleagues, I'm going to go to Councilwoman Logan and Cooper Sutton since she was the requester. I'm going to ask the rest of you to please withhold your questions. If you want to get with Ms. Goss offline, I would encourage you to do that. If you want her to come back again, I'm sure she would be willing. In the interest of time, I'm going to go to Logan first, then Cooper Sutton, then we're going to move on. Thank you.
I just wanted to confirm, I know I was told this morning that it was a head nod, but I wanted to confirm that you all are working together. And IT came earlier requesting some funds and some upgrades, but making certain that, because my main concern is 311 and that integration and communicating. So just to make sure y'all are on the same page for all this money getting spent.
Yes, ma'am. I had a meeting with IT about 3 weeks ago, just to start the conversations about what we are looking to do. As someone who has been deemed the project champion in all of this, I will definitely ensure that we're all working together.
And have you had an opportunity to interface with the people that are in the field and ascertain their needs or the things that they see? Or will you be able to include that in the assessment?
So I'll definitely include that. Right now, I've had conversations with leadership, but we'll definitely be sure that we are also including those who are out in the field as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I want to thank you for allowing me to come in your office and invade and just show up. And you were that beautiful smile that you still have, you still have it, and thank you. And it was very warm and very welcoming. And I thank you for your transparency. And I was excited to see such a young, vibrant, excited, energetic young woman to come in with new ideas and was very honest and open with me that we know that we have a problem with 311 and that you were ready for the challenge, to take the challenge on, to make sure that we can provide good service for the citizens here in Memphis. And as Councilwoman Logan has stated, working with IT, we know that there's a problem, and we want to make sure that every department that is using the 311 system is talking and communicating, and most of all, providing excellent customer service to our constituents. So again, thank you. I appreciate it. And when you get the ball rolling with the new programs and we get ready to start, I'll be coming, checking, and talking to make sure that we can communicate with our constituents. So thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And thank you for being here. Thank you for that update. And we look forward to continuing to work alongside you. Colleagues, item 2, an ordinance to amend Title 5, Chapter 5-20 of the Memphis Municipal Code to increase the existing hotel-motel occupancy tax to 4%. This is in District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Ford Sr., seconded by JSW. Colleagues, what I would ask, since this is an ordinance and it's not going down for first reading for 2 weeks, I would ask that you let the mayor speak about this. If you wish to hear from him one-on-one, which I have done, I would encourage you to do that as well, either the mayor or Chief Adams. And then, like I said, we won't start the first reading until 2 weeks. We've got 3 readings, so if we could hold our questions today. In the interest of time, we need to be downstairs at 3:30 for our group portrait. Mayor, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Chair. I gave a pretty lengthy presentation last time, but just to remind everyone, As we talk about the FedEx Forum and our interest in that project, one of the sources to fund the long-term renovation is the hotel motel tax. Right now, it's at 3.5%. It was envisioned over the past 2 or 3 years that the 0.5% would be a part of the capital stack. That's how we structured it. And the ask today is to begin the process, because as you know, as stated, it takes 3 readings, begin the process of moving that to the full 4% so that we can begin accruing the dollars so that we can fund the $550 million renovation to the FedEx Forum.
Thank you, Mayor. Colleagues, all those in favor of sending this forward, which will be first reading at our next council meeting, signify, and if you want to bring it back into executive, I'd be happy to do so before we get to third reading. So please, if you're in favor, please signify by saying aye. I'm also an aye. Any opposed? All right, that item passes. Thank you, Mayor. You may want to keep your seat. Item 3, a resolution of the Council of the City of Memphis, Tennessee, approving the transfer of a portion of certain grant funds awarded from the state of Tennessee in the aggregate amount of $80 million and authorizing the appropriation thereof to the Memphis and Shelby County Sports Authority for the purposes of, among other things, funding all or a portion of capital repairs, improvements, and replacements to the FedEx Forum Arena, including the proposed architectural, engineering, and design work associated therewith, authorizing the execution and delivery of one or more funding agreements in connection therewith, authorizing all legal and administrative actions and other necessary matters with respect to the foregoing and setting forth an effective date. District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by JSW, second by Ford Sr. Mayor, floor is yours.
Yeah, so this was the second part of the presentation that we discussed last meeting, which would allow for $80 million of the remaining $230 million that was allocated from the state for sports facilities to be used or to be transferred to the Sports Authority. So this $80 million goes to the Sports Authority for projects that are to be approved by the Sports Authority. Those projects include some things like elevators, updating chillers, emergency generators, things that will sustain the long-term core of that building. I think it's important to note that each project has to be specifically brought to the Sports Authority before it can be drawn down for expenditure. It also includes dollars for the architecture and engineering for the long-term renovation of the facility, which is what is needed to get to the very specific costs that are going to be necessary to fund the full project. I think it's also important to note, while this is $80 million, there's still a significant amount that still remains. I think about $150 million that will remain with the city. We don't expect to touch that until we have reached a long-term lease.
Thank you, Mayor. Colleagues, any questions? Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas.
Just quickly, is the hotel motel tax gonna help us with that remaining 150 from the city? That's the idea.
So it's on top of the remaining. So the total project cost is $550 million. And one of the things that we talked about last time was that we want to make sure that we are spending the dollars efficiently. And as such, it's going to be a series of smaller projects. So instead of it being one big $550 million project, it's going to be a series of smaller projects. And so this is the first phase of that.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Colleagues, any other questions? Thank you, Councilwoman. Okay, all those in favor of sending this forward to the next meeting with a favorable recommendation signify by saying aye. I'm also an aye. Any opposed? That item passes. Thank you, Mayor. Item 4, an ordinance. Is this caption wrong, Attorney Wade? All right. So, colleagues, this caption is wrong. I'm going to just go ahead and let you correct that, Attorney Wade, and then I'll get a motion in a second.
The caption of this adopted ordinance should read, "An ordinance supplementing and amending the 2021 relative to alcoholic beverages."
Is your mic on? Hey, Mr. Hold on one second. Let him repeat that.
Okay. It's an ordinance supplementing and amending the 2021 Memphis Municipal Code of Ordinances of the City of Memphis relative to alcoholic beverages instead of animals and horse-drawn carriages. Providing for the repeal of certain ordinances not included herein and providing when such amendments of the code and this ordinance shall become effective.
Thank you, Attorney Wade. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Ford Senior, seconded by Warren. Councilman Spinoza, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Council members, in your email, you got a copy of this, and the caption was wrong in the email as well. And I figured on the day that we supported XAI and the largest supercomputer in the world being here, that we would bring up a horse-drawn carriage item.
Yeah, we've already passed that one.
It wasn't that. So the body of the email, the body of the document actually is correct, but Attorney Wade's going to explain what this is about. The caption was obviously wrong.
I'm going to walk fast through it.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
If you have some documents in front of you, and this has been addressed by the prior council, but we have never gotten to the point of codifying it, which we should have done in 2021. But if you see the first document, it says 4-5. Is she giving it to you? Man, you slow. Come on, Regala, what's up? You just hold that first page, but 4-5 looks like this. Okay, so 4-5 is a copy of an ordinance in the 1985 code, and it provides in little a that you can't sell alcoholic beverages within 1,500 feet of a school or church or residential property. And it goes on all the way to the bottom. And the next page, if you go, it says at any time. You see that? That paragraph? No, it looks like this, 4-5. She just passed it out. 4-5. Okay, page 2, where it says at any time, just put a little check by that. Okay, so what happened, if you go to the... See the full paragraph that says, at any time a license is surrendered. Okay, put a check by that. All right, so when we went to MuniCode, that section was reproduced verbatim. And what you have from MuniCode is section 7-4, alcoholic beverages. And if you look at 7.4.5, you will see that language is repeated. Look at the bottom of the page. On the right hand, no. Yeah, right down there. You see it says 7-4-5. Okay, that goes identically to what was in the 85 code. And then if you look on the next page, at any time a license is surrendered is at the bottom on the left-hand side. All right. So our Division of Property Development, in an attempt to clarify the zoning that's in the bottom, which it uses terminology RS15, RS10, RS8, RS6, RD, RTH. They passed 5459 and they conformed the new terminology for zoning classifications. And that is in this ordinance that says 5459. And if you look at the second page, you'll see it says section 5, that's section 7-4-5, paragraph A of the Code of Ordinances is hereby amended. And you see some strike through in there? It struck through the other language, and that was the only change that was made. But look at the top of that paragraph. You see those 3 little dots? What was done is the paragraph that preceded it was inadvertently deleted. Yes, and it says, at any time a license is surrendered, all the prior existing rights are nullified. in addition to the above set forth restrictions on location, which are no longer there. It was a Scrivener's error. It should not have happened, okay? So it came to our attention, okay, and then the other thing I want you to see is this document. It says Muni Code on it. So what it says at the very bottom, it says this online printed reproduction of the City of Memphis Charter and Ordinances provision is not an official codification of such provisions and may not be relied on or cited as evidence in any court. This republication is made solely for informational purposes for the general public. Interested persons should consult the city officials for further information about the charter and ordinances of the city. When it was brought to our attention by the industry that that provision was deleted and that you could theoretically have a liquor store right next to a church or a school, we immediately passed a resolution which says that that amendment only amended the Muni Code version. It did not amend the official code. The only people that can amend the official code by codification is the city council. The editors of Muni Code cannot amend anything, okay? And so we did a resolution putting a moratorium and basically to advise the public that the Memphis City Council does hereby declare that Section 4-5 of the official 1985 code remains in full force and effect, notwithstanding Ordinance 5459 to the contrary until the council amends or repeals Section 4.5. So what applies is the original version that I showed you, and it requires that you cannot put a liquor store within 1,500 feet of a school or a church. So inadvertently, there have been some applications at the Alcohol Commission where they have not adhered to our moratorium. Now, we immediately did a codification, which you now have, which I'm asking you to process. When we do a codification, we don't just address one section. We just address the whole chapter. And in that chapter, there are provisions for how the Park Commission can allow alcohol sales at the Liberty Bowl, at the Coliseum, and former Tim McCarver Stadium. Coliseum now, I don't think they're selling any alcohol in there, and Tim McCarver Stadium no longer exists. Now the Liberty Bowl is under the university. We do have Tiger Lane where people are drinking, undoubtedly. So when we did the codification, I sent it to the 7th floor, Mayor Jim Strickland. I said, tell us how you want to deal with the Liberty Park area. Do you want someone, your office administratively, to allow alcohol sales, or do you want us to address it in here to allow it? So that's one of the changes I never got a response to, that we will be making an amendment to see how we keep all this straight. But in any event, this is why it was delayed. It's probably I didn't follow up on it as I should have, but this is to clean it up and make it right. So that's what this whole thing is about. So if you have any questions, I'm sorry, it was convoluted.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Thanks, sir. Councilman Carlisle?
I move the previous question.
Colleagues, all those in favor, we got it. It was
motion by Spinoza.
All those in favor of sending this downstairs for first reading, it'll be on the consent agenda, signify by saying aye. Aye. I'm also an aye. Any opposed? That item passes. Colleagues, item 28, a resolution to request and appropriate additional revenue received from FEMA deployments for FY25 funding budget in the amount of $1,835,730. All council districts sponsored by the administration. There is a request to add on to same night minutes. Moved by Warren, seconded by Spinoza. Chief Perez. give us a 30-second.
Oh, you want the 30-second version? All right. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Chair, Vice Chair, council members, staff. Colin Barres, Assistant Fire Chief, 2670 Avery, 38112. So the resolution before you is to move $1,835,730 of FEMA revenue to Service Center 130701. And what this revenue will do will help us absorb some of the impact that happened to our operating budget due to the unpredictable nature of our deployment expenditures that occurred over the past season. A couple of reasons that we had these issues. One of them was the frequency of the storms. We had quite a few storms that we had to deal with this past season. Also, at the FEMA level, the staffing in the reimbursement office. They don't have a lot of staff, so of course, there's going to be a backlog of reimbursements. A couple of quick notes. In 1992, Tennessee is when our team was established. We're probably the most deployed team in the system, primarily because of where we sit geographically. And I mean, that's something to be proud of. Also, we're the sponsoring agency. I want you to understand what the sponsoring agency does. The sponsoring agency is the direct contact for FEMA. We shoulder the responsibility of having a team in our city. Also, we have 12 participating agencies. Germantown, Collierville, Bartlett, just to name a few, Shelby County. And also, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention, across the system as a whole, a lot of other sponsoring agencies are having the same issue. But we operate and maintain a team through a cooperative agreement, and also we're able to use the training dollars that are allocated within that budget to train a lot of our first responders to deal with complex issues should they arise. And I have to say, having a team is a luxury, but there's also commitment to it. And we'd really like you, if you get an opportunity, to come by the warehouse. I think it'd be very insightful, and I think you'd be impressed with what you see. So thank you for your time and your consideration to this request.
Thank you, sir. Colleagues, any questions?
I'll make one quick comment. I just want to say I appreciate if you haven't gone down, and it's been several years, but the work that group does, the Tennessee Task Force 1, I mean, I can't think of the amount of times that you've been deployed since I've been on the council alone. I mean, and across the country, it's pretty incredible the work that these cooperating agencies do in a very kinetic, fast-paced, and adaptive environment. And it's really cool. And they really do save lives on the ground. So I'm very appreciative of that. I know you've been deployed several times personally with that task force. So just thank you for the work, and look forward to supporting it. Thank you, Chief.
Anybody else? Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, sir. All those in favor of sending this downstairs to the fiscal consent agenda, signify by saying aye. Aye. And has same night minutes. I'm also an aye. Any opposed? That item passes. That brings us to our add-on items 25 through 28. 25 is a resolution requesting for the approval of the sale in the amount of $820,000, a portion of a city-owned parcel located at 2685 Plant Road and further described as parcel ID number 050101-00054, Memphis, Shelby County, Tennessee, District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. Item 26, an ordinance establishing an elective neighborhood parking permit program, all council districts, sponsored by Councilman Smiley. There was a request to add this to the consent for first reading. Item 27, an ordinance supplementing and amending the 2021 Memphis Municipal Code of Ordinances related to alcoholic beverages, not animals and horse-drawn carriages. All council districts, sponsored by Councilman Spinoza. There is a request to add this on first reading to the consent agenda. Item 28, resolution to request and appropriate additional revenue received from FEMA deployments for FY25 funding budget in the amount of $1,835,730. All council districts, sponsored by the administration. There's a request to add it to the fiscal consent with same night minutes. Same night minute items are 6, 7, 8, 20, 21, 25, and 28.